I got me siltianians of coffee. Gonna be one of them days. Also, at least congrats on the 20 streak going. Alright. Opening this up. Oop, I am way too low. Also need to change it to this, and also same for the music too. Doop. Switch myself up a bit if I can. Hello? There we go. I just had to change that real quick because otherwise it was going to be annoying. Long daytime? To a certain degree. I can only do up to 4 hours today. Yeah, up to 4 hours today. Alright, so last we left off, we're continuing on with one storyline that actually involved more curses, more chaos, and more stuff that needs to be solved. So, yeah. It's just gonna be one of them days, I guess. Either way, hope people are having a good morning. Let's go ahead and just get this started. For those that are watching this on YouTube, I'm live streaming it as I play it. So, last we left off, we were doing Yume Koshiki's storyline and fully got it partially completed. So we have the Ise Shima investigation. We have a couple of new ones for Yuza, and then we have no more for Sato Shiranami. So more than likely, Memories of Last Summer are probably going to be here. But aside from that, let's see. I think there was actually a couple of things I still need to do, and one of those, ironically enough, let's see. Where was the Mockingbird list? Here it is. Let's see. I had found 5 out of the 20. Not found. On the seabed, this one actually is probably still underwater. Aboard the Seiyun Maru. So this one, I definitely need to figure something out about that. On the seabed, there's 2 actually still underneath the ocean floor. So that's what I'm speculating. So I'm actually gonna go back to here to see if I can find those real quick. Because if they are in the water, then they're definitely going to be around here somewhere. Might as well also get the high enough points real quick before anything else. I just need to just like check and make sure that I'm not disillusioned. Aha! Is that another Mockingbird? Oh my god, it is! There's gotta be another Mockingbird around here somewhere. Started from the game. I don't know if it's because of my PC having more graphic errors or anything else like that, but there's nothing I could do about that, unfortunately. Any more question mark looking ones? There's gotta be some around here somewhere. Lobster! Let's see. Oh, return to the boat. So, Mockingbird number 18 from the looks of it. That was the Golden Roses. I love the mockingbirds so much. They have the best kind of puns. They're amazing. Maverick Manny. So we're just missing one more, and that's actually on the seabed as well, and that's number 6. I'm going back in. I want those birds. Let's see. I went that way. That way. Maybe it's over by the seaweed? I'm not seeing anything. But then again, I might be stupid. Let's see. Oh, I see a question mark. Is that it? That's gotta be. Yep! There it is! That's the last one, I believe, on these ones. Till maybe later. So if that was the last of the mockingbirds, then that would be a good pog moment. But let's see. Mockingbird number 6, yep. This one is the Gullfather. Mockingbird so freaking much. Holy shit. Alright. That's gotta be the last of them then. Let's go back to the story chart. Kiryu, is that you? It looks like Kiryu now that I'm thinking about it. Hang on. I'm sending that to Coca. Hang on. I need to show Coca this because he might actually get a kick out of this. Alright, let's see. Open up Discord, damn it. Let's see. I know he's on my friends list. He might be asleep, but I'm still sending it to him saying, "Hey Coco, look what I found." Chat, if you're also interested, go and support my pal Coca. You literally need to go and check him out. He's actually a very chill dude. He's a fan of the Yakuza series, so he actually knows all things about Yakuza. But yeah, that is really freaking amazing. I love that. That is funny. I know for a fact that I'm probably not going to stop hearing it from him, but I know I just had to send that to him. Also, I just noticed something. This may be darkened out, but it's not fully, fully finished, you know? At least I don't think. Unless maybe it is. I think we might have to go back to this one specifically for the Iseshima investigation. But I might be doubting myself. In the meantime, while we go ahead and check out Memories of the Last Summer. The promised day arrives after their usual morning dive. The group of 4 meet at the dock. Hey, Azami, Yuza, over here. Good timing, I just got back too. Well, Sugasa, how'd it go? Not too shabby if I do say so myself. Check this out, 2 whole scallops. Seriously, Sugasa? You don't get bragging rights for picking up 2 measly scallops. Sure I do, that was hard work. You should be praising me. Say, Yuza, how many scallops did you get on your first dive again? 108, I think. No way! Are you kidding me? guess there's a good reason they call you the patron saint of diving! Ah, dang it. Now my cover's blown. That'll teach me to snag every scallop I see. Anyway, Tsukasa, don't let this get you down. You'll improve over time. Man, I've been diving way longer than you, but you're better than me already. Some people are just born to be ama divers. If you ask me, all that matters is that everyone made it back safe and sound. True. You always know the best thing to say, Sato. But for the record, I would have preferred a bigger haul of scallops. Then we could have had a feast. Guess I should have seen that coming. She's a foodie. So what's the plan for today? Remember, Tsukasa, it's up to you. Right. We promised we'd go wherever you wanted today. You name it, we'll make it happen. That's more like it. Let's see. First of all, I want us all to go for a swim in the sea. Oh, sounds great. Can't even remember the last time we did something like that just for fun. Right? I want us to forget work and just enjoy the sparkling sea for a change. I even bought a new swimsuit for this. You even got one picked out too, right, Sato? Sure do. Then after that, when it gets dark, let's set off some fireworks. Ooh, fireworks. Alright then, let's have a barbecue on the beach and cook up everything we caught today. Sounds like a plan, just leave it to us. Everyone's ready then, let's do this. Beach, 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 beach episode, yeah! There's a shark and it's coming this way! Better watch out, Azami! That was a close one, Azami! What the heck? I'm a good swimmer, but there's no way I'm good enough to outswim a shark! That's okay, I'll keep it pinned down. Just get out of here while you can. And here, take this fin as something to remember me by. Keep it with you always. Sorry, Yuza, I don't really dig shark fins that much. My heart. Look at the sea! It's like there are diamonds floating on the surface! It's really sparkles, huh? Sure it's pretty. That shark's pretty cool. Should pick the shark instead of a life buoy. But he's having such a blast, I can't bring myself to ask for a ride on it. Man. Good old summer vacation! Woo! One grilled squid coming right up. Don't throw it out, it's piping hot. You're getting squid juice everywhere. Let's see how you like it. Catch it! That's hot! You did that to yourself. Hey, check it out. This huge sea snail Tsukasa caught. It's massive. That's right. I may still be a rookie when it comes to scallops, but I got a haul of sea snails to make up for it. So eat up, Azami. Have as many as you want. Hey, can I borrow that lighter? Sure. Want some squid too? Oh, so I can just grill it directly? Yeah, that's Kamashima's specialty, fireworks-style squid. Wait, you're actually doing it? Ah, the juice is going everywhere, it burns! Oops, sorry, my hand slipped. There it is, the famous Yuza one-man show. Oh, that was it? Huh. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. That was it? Okay. Let's see what goes on when we do Cursed. The residents of Kamashima are extremely against Yuza becoming an Amadirer. Yuza believes that the hidden secret behind his deceased mother, Mari Minakuchi, is the reason for this, and that is also the key to finding the mermaid, so he begins a full-scale search. But in reality, we know the real reason what happened. At least that's what I think. Because in the profiles, we had Mari Minakuchi, but we also had, where is it? Somikawa. This is literally Mari Minakuchi. That's literally what I'm thinking. Because her maiden name was, Somikawa. This is literally her. She somehow survived, but we don't know how or why. So, whatever the case, there's going to be information that needs to be played out. So, let's begin! true. If there's any time to ask about your mom, it's now. So I think we should see what old man Wakamura and Suyo have to say about all this too. Yeah, assuming Gran agrees to talk about it anyway. Okay, so we got the Chuo Street Town Clock, Tori, Wakamura Residence, where we actually get to talk with one of the things. Click. Click, click. We're over at the jetty. And it looks like this is where his grandmother is. So why don't we go after Wakamura first? See what he has to say. You two again! What are you doing here? She hates here too! We're chatting about something important right now. Scram! Guess we got no choice but to come back later, huh? Well, fuck you too, Chie. God damn. Okay, I guess we'll go ahead and talk with Grandma. Welcome back, Yuza. Oh, and Azami's here too. Thanks for having me. You two went out diving today, didn't you? How'd it go? You get a decent haul? Gran, about that. I was all set to enjoy the next stage of my life as an Ama diver, but have found myself on forced leave the very day of my grand debut. Goodness, did something happen? Oh my, Chie and the others said all that. If I were you, I wouldn't pay any mind. You're not breaking any rules, are you? You sure it's okay? No point fretting over pointless details is what I always say. Suyu Minakuchi. 63 years old, housewife, female, Yuza Minakuchi's parental grandmother and former Ama diver, born in the Taisho period. She has a relaxed and broad-minded nature, but her tendency not to concern herself with the finer details often make those around her uneasy. Although now retired due to health issues, she was one of the best Ama divers on Kamashima, especially in her younger days, during which she had a fierce rivalry with Chie Toyama, also known as Chie the Mermaid. Later years saw them reconcile, and they could often be seen talking and laughing together as the divers hunt while grilling their catches. She lost her husband in the war when her son Tosuke Minakuchi was 3 years old. Damn. Let's go down the list when it comes to information then. Working as an Ama diver. I must have underestimated just how deep tensions ran. I never imagined they'd still be that hostile towards her. I thought things would have calmed down by now for sure. I'm sorry, Yuza. It's okay, Gran. Not being allowed to dive isn't the end of the world or anything. But are you sure there isn't a reason no one wants to talk about Mom? Well, no reason I can think of. I'd like to get to the bottom of things there if possible. It's going to affect my life here if I don't, and I'd like to clear Mom's name too. If you don't mind me saying, it does seem pretty weird that people would be this upset just by Yuza coming back to Kamashima. You sure there's not some particular reason they don't like the thought of him going out diving? Well, no reason I can think of. The exact same answer as before. She's determined to pretend she doesn't know. Gran, I know you've always been reluctant to talk about Mom, but I'm not a child anymore. Isn't it about time you told me the truth? You really can't think of any reason why everyone had such a problem with Mom? Well, alright, I'll be honest with you. Mare wasn't actually human. Huh? You mean we were right? Are you for real? Wait. Don't tell me you believed that. Can't you boys take a joke? I was obviously kidding. Did all that seawater pickle your common sense? Wait, you were joking? That seriously didn't sound like joking to me, to be honest. I actually believed it for a second there, too. Of course I was. I thought I'd mess around a bit and see if I could get a rise out of you. But you turned the tables on me. Turning a prank around on me like that. I have nothing more to teach you, young Yuza. Oh, and here I fell for the hook, line, and sinker. It's no good. She's set on giving up the slip. We're not going to get anything more out of her like this. Maybe she'd be more willing to talk if we had more information. So, how did you dive out in the bagel? The dive went perfectly. You may know me only as your grandson, Yuza. But in truth, I'm a living legend, Kamashima's patron saint of diving. Well now, that does sound impressive. I was going to leave it at that, but you're serious, aren't you? You've improved by leaps and bounds since I last saw you. Why, if I was to put in the numbers, you'd be rank 18. Wow, you can tell that just by looking at me? Your grand's been around the armor diving block, you know. There's nothing more I can teach you. You'll make a fine armor diver, Yuza. Thanks, Gran. I'll do you proud as your successor. But I've been forbidden from diving for now, so it seems my life as an armor diver will have to wait. No need to fret. I'm sure that'll sort itself out in time. I don't know about that. Your grandson, your grandma's the same as ever, eh? Whatever the case, I'm happy you've chosen to follow in my footsteps, Yuza. Good thing I thought you'd keep Mari's outfit, eh? Yeah, but I don't know how I feel about being able to fit in my mom's clothes at this age. You never did get any taller after middle school, did you? Damn! Have my constant diet of fresh seafood meant nothing? It's nothing you need to worry about, Yuza. Don't make you any less charming. Do you have any diving advice for me, Gran? Advice, eh? Let me see. If you're looking to get a higher score in a single dive, you should focus on gathering everything you can, even the small fry. Getting 10 or 15 will earn you a bonus to your final score. If you manage to nab a big catch, switching your focus to bringing in as many small catches as possible should net you a good result. I see. That would be a great help. So, this is diving tips for the perfect harvest. Aim for a large haul. Gathering more than 10 sea creatures at once will earn you a large haul bonus. A total of 10 or more will give you 1.5 to your original score, and 15 or more will get 1.8. Even if you can't find anything promised catches, focusing on quantity over quality can still earn you a high score. Ha! You wouldn't happen to have any other diving tips for me, would you? Well now, bold as brass, aren't we? But I'm glad you're keen to learn. Let me see. Sometimes you come across areas where diving that are simply brimming with sea creatures. I call them bountiful zones. Bountiful zones, huh? I'd love to see one. On the other hand, areas with lots of starfish are usually picked clean, with no sea creatures to speak of. I call those barren zones. So the more starfish there are, the less sea creatures there'll be. Got it. A whopper of a catch could still be hiding in a barren zone, of course. Always keep an eye on your surroundings. Okay, what about Suyu's condition? Sorry, I had to leave you early today to go diving, Gran. Was everything okay? How are you feeling? Well, I didn't have much pep in my step today, but it's fine because Sato came over this morning. She really is a saint, always helping me out with the cooking and cleaning like that. Again? Gran, I know you're fond of her, but you shouldn't rely on her too much. I didn't know Sato was coming over to help out here. Yeah, she and Gran became friends recently, and before I knew it, she was coming over every so often. Sato's such a nice young lady. She even chats with me about all the latest TV drama developments. She's a bit naive in some ways, but she's a quick learner. Remembers everything I tell her almost instantly. Huh, I had no idea. I said she could relax here a while, but she left early today. I'm glad you're having fun, but make sure to thank her properly sometime, alright? Of course, of course. I'm always happy to help, you know. There's no need to depend on others so much. I know, but if someone has to help me get things done, I'd rather it was a lovely young girl, you know. And besides, she does a much better job at cooking and cleaning than you do, Yuza. See, I do my best to be a good grandson, and this is the thanks I get. You've heard me say this before, but Molly found it difficult to fit in here on the island. The environment she'd grown up with is quite difficult and different, you see. She struggled to adapt to life in a small community. No other reason I can think of for the beef of the others had with her. We're going out for a bit, Gran. Got it. You two take care, okay? Let's go to one of the other locations, see if there's anything else that we can actually go look about. Huh? Tsukasa! Sato, what's going on?
Well, I'm sorry, I can't explain right now. Tsukasa, come on, we're drawing too much attention here.
Hey! What was that all about? Someone was definitely up with them. Yeah, they practically ran off when they saw us. Tsukasa was crying. What the hell could have happened? I'm worried too, but Sato said she can't explain right now. Sure, that means they'll tell us what's up later. True. We shouldn't grill them if they're not ready to talk about it. Still, something tells me we should just pretend we didn't see them. Yeah. That was awkward as shit. See about this area then. Seems like there's a bit of commotion over there. Maybe they know something about the rumors. Want me to go ask? That'd be great, thanks. Hey, what's up? Did something happen?
Oh, if it isn't Azami. I don't know if you heard, but
15 minutes later. Welcome back. Man, once they started, they never stopped talking. Anyway, nothing about your mom, I'm afraid, but they did have some interesting things to say. Interesting things. Do you want the normal news first or the worrying news? The worrying news. Let's hear the worrying news. Okay then. There are reports that 2 Amba divers have gone missing. Apparently both cases were around Ijika town on the mainland. Oh. Were they diving accidents or something? I guess so. Seems it's still under investigation though. The sea hasn't been that rough lately. But I guess it's a dangerous job, so you never know what might happen. Still, 2 Amba divers going missing one after another is pretty unusual, so it does make you wonder. It wasn't that long ago where there was all that talk of human bones being found in the sea near Toba, you know? I remember that, yeah. Isn't that also near Ijika? Maybe this is why Chie was going on about bad omens. Yeah, it's definitely worrying news. And the normal news? So, we've got a bunch of tourists visiting right now as usual. But what really got people talking is that there are 2 foreigners among them today. Oh, really? I heard the Ise Green Shine sees a lot of foreign visitors, but it's unusual for them to come to the outlying islands like this. What's more, it seems they've been going around asking a bunch of questions. And get this. Apparently they said they come here looking for mermaids. Mermaids? Curious, right? Yeah, right when we were looking into them too. And that's not all. For some reason, they were asking about your mom, Marimita Kuchi too. What? But why would foreigners visitors be asking about my mom? Seems like people think they're pretty shady. I was told not to go near them and everything. No, I definitely want to hear what they have to say. I wonder where they are now. They're probably still on Kamashima at least, though the question is where. Well, I guess if we see 2 Westerners around, we'll know who they are, eh? Apparently they're an older man and a young girl. Yeah, I'm sure we'll know them when we see them. I hope we manage to find them. Okay, looks like that's all the info we're going to get around here. Let's try somewhere else. And town clock? Well, if it's Shotaro. Hey, it's you. Just the man I wanted to see. You wouldn't happen to have seen Sato around, would you? Sato? No, I haven't seen her today. She was supposed to meet me with me earlier, but she never showed. She didn't show? Did something happen? No, I'm sure it's just because of my old man's ridiculous request earlier. Honestly, I don't know what he was thinking. Still, he really has been acting off lately. I can't believe he'd say something like that. Is something wrong? Oh, pardon me. It's nothing for you two to worry about. By the way, Yuza, I've heard you've become an alma diver. Yes, but I was told to stop, so I'm currently on extended, if not permanent, leave. Don't let it get to you. I, for one, think you should go for it. I imagine everyone's been using your mother as an excuse, saying she brought bad luck to the island or some such. Well, that's exactly it. Do you know why everyone keeps saying Yuza's mom was a bad omen, Shotaro? Yeah. What was it again? Something about her being the Raging Waves curse bearer? The what? Raging Waves? The Raging Waves curse bearer. Raging Waves is, well, exactly what you think it means. And the curse bearer has the power to call forth the calamity of the sea. My old man was going on about it earlier, but it's probably just superstitious nonsense. Don't pay any mind it. I really should get going. Let me know if you see Sato, okay? See you later. I'm pretty curious about what Shotaro said. Sounds like old man Wakamura might have something to do with why Tsukasa and Soto were acting off earlier. And then there's what he said about your mom. Yeah, the Raging Waves curse bearer, huh? Do people really see my mom that way? Maybe we should ask Mr. Wakamura when he knows. Yeah, it's worth a shot at least. Anyway, let's keep moving. Can we now go to the Wakamura residence? Yes, now we can. Cool. Old man Wakamura, you mind if we ask you something real quick? It's just one thing after another today. What now? A zombie and the Mitakuchi boy? I heard from Tia you two went on to the bay to do some diving earlier. Well, I've got a bone to pick with you, and there's no time like the present. Okay. So, boy, you serious about wanting to become an alma diver? Huh? I thought at first you'd come up here to get my permission to dive. But now I hear you've been running around looking into Mari Mitakuchi. What's the meaning of this? We have been asking around, or it's not what you think? Let's be honest. To be honest, we have been asking around. I guess there was no hiding it from you. Yuza, are you sure this is okay? It's probably best to be honest about things now, Azami. It's just like you said. We've been trying to find out more about my mom. I knew it. Anyway, my point is, no more sticking your nose where it don't belong. Got it? And most of all, no becoming an alma diver. So, if I give up on becoming an alma diver and fall in line, will you tell me about my mom? All this sniffing of you're doing the train falling in line, that's for sure. Besides, you should be asking Suya about all this business, not me. She's got to know more than I do. Oh? So Suya really does know more than she's letting on. Gran said she doesn't know anything about my mom, though. Huh, so she even said that to you? What do you mean? Well, I don't know much of that myself. Suya's always been tight-lipped about Mari Mitakuchi. Where she came from, what her deal was. So you've been saying Yuza's mom was to blame for that massive storm even though you don't know for sure? Suya ain't said nothing to deny it. Speaks for itself, don't it? If you don't like what you're hearing, you should go ask Suya about it yourselves. Mr. Wakamura, what is the Raging Waves curse bearer? Where'd you hear about that? It's got me Shotaro. Boy never could keep his mouth shut. We heard some sort of curse that webs the waves into a frenzy. Does something like that really exist? I love his fucking face of like, boy, you fucking hag. Man looks like he's just saying, boy, are you stupid right now? Are you legit that dumb? Are you legit that dumb? It's basically what he is just like saying right now. It just looks like it. That face just legit just screams it all. Like, boy! It does. The Song of the Sea disaster 5 years ago was caused by that very same curse. The curse of the raging waves. And your mother, Mari Minakuchi, was the one who brought it down on us. The storm was no natural disaster. It was entirely preventable. If we'd only stopped her from going to the bay that day, Kamashima wouldn't have to suffer such a tragedy. But my mom would never have done something like that. Just because you don't remember doesn't mean she wasn't up to something out there. As to whether it was intentional or not, who could say, but it doesn't make a difference either way. I don't get how you could say Mrs. Mari was a curse bearer or whatever you think if you didn't know anything about her. Do you have any proof? Proof? I've got the words of a trustworthy sorcerer backing me up. That's all proof I need. Sorcerer? You basing all this on what some woo-woo wizard said? Give me a break! You can believe what you like, don't change the fact that curses and spirits are real as anything else. I don't have time to butt heads with you two, but I know what I'm saying is the honest truth. Looks like there's no point trying to change his mind. Old man's as stubborn as a mule. So you really think there's a storm coming, and that storm is caused by a curse? Of course I do. Some fellows who said they were with the police dropped by to warn me about it yesterday, in fact. The police? Why would the police be warning you about a curse? Yeah, I reckon they were just phonies trying to take advantage of the curse for their own benefit. But even you two must have noticed that rumbling coming from the sea over the last few days, right? That's proof the curse of the raging waves is getting stronger. So that's why you've been telling everyone to stop taking their boats out and prepare for a storm? Sure is. Naturally, I can't just come out and say it's cause of curse. There's no telling whether, when it'll release its head. It's too dangerous to go on water in the circumstances. Even so, we'll have to take our boats out again eventually. We can't keep off the sea forever. You're damn tootin', which is why I gotta find a way to stop the curse as soon as possible. Why would a curse be affecting the sea around here, though? Seems like you two still don't believe me. Fine, let's see if this'll change your minds. A long time back, there used to be another island to the south of here. Taishima, it was called. Taishima? This is the first I've heard of it. This area was devastated by an earthquake and tsunami nearly 400 years ago. But the truth of the matter is that raiders overran the island and slaughtered every last one of the people who lived there. The murdered islanders' resentments gave rise to the curse of the raging waves, and the resulting storms and tsunamis sank the island to the bottom of the sea, raiders and all. Is that true? That curse is still roiling about the seas near here to this very day. Just one little push and that storm could come barreling down on Kamashima next. A push? Something that will awaken the islanders' anger again, such as someone with ties to those raiders, say a descendant of theirs, drawing near to where Taishima was. A descendant? Wait, you're saying my mom was a descendant of the raiders who attacked Taishima? Sure am. As her son, you share her blood. But how could that... Only natural, everyone will see you as a bad omen, no? I really didn't want you back on the island, you know. You should be grateful I didn't have you shipped back to the mainland on the next ferry. You're telling me that's how everyone sees Yuza and his folks all this time? It's fine, Azami. Let's hear the rest of what he has to say. Considering the fact that we have to deal with the curse of the raging waves is actually not surprising at all, to be honest. I'm just alt-tab real quick. Alrighty then. Are you saying the reason the curse of the raging waves reawakened is because I came back to Kamashima? Nah, there were signs even before you came back, so the direct cause was probably something else. That still doesn't change the fact that you're a bad omen, though. How are you even planning to stop the curse? That ain't none of your concern. You just sit tight in home and stay out of my way. And I don't want to hear any more about you going out to sea. Are we clear? Crystal. And that's all I'm going to say on the matter. Should be clear now just how much of a danger you are to the island. Now get yourselves home and stay put! Seems like that's all we're going to get out of him. But maybe we could ask Suya about what you just heard. She might be able to tell us more. Alright, so because of this, I'm actually going to go back to the jetty and see the other locations, see if there's any more information that's like hiding behind scenes and everything else too, because you may never know. Yeah! Oh, looks like Kikuko's back. Want to try talking to her again? Yeah, let's give it a shot. What now? I've had my fill of shady rumors for the day, okay? If you want to talk, let's talk about something fun instead. Something fun. Got any ideas, Yuza? Well, how about this? Ooh, I have a lot of choices. Underwater gathering tips. Do you have any tips that might help when diving? Hey now, that's basically asking me to give away company secrets for free. Oh no, I didn't mean anything like that. Just the basics would be helpful. The basics, huh? How about this then? Sometimes your foot can get caught in rocks while you're swimming, so you should always stay aware of your surroundings. Ah, so being too focused on your catch can get you into trouble. That makes sense. If you swim hard enough, you should be able to free yourself, so don't panic too much if it happens, okay? Thanks, I'll be careful. If I'm ever allowed to go diving again, that is. That's all I've got for now. If you want more tips, try asking Suyu. About those boxes we helped you with just now, was that the delivery everyone was expecting? Yep, the latest Kamashima merch, hot off the presses. I thought so. What do we have this time? You want to know? I'll bet Azami's keen to find out. He's always wearing that t-shirt. Sure am. Gotta show the world how much I love Kamashima. Tourists seem to love that shirt too. You're wearing it all the time should make for great advertising. Anyway, the latest edition of our souvenir lineup is this. What is that? A hand mirror? Bingo! A specially handmade hand mirror with a Kamashima mural design on the back. So, what do you think? Looks great! Why did you go with another hand mirror, though? Well, mirrors are a pretty prominent symbol of protection for sailors. Comes from the hopes the sea will be as smooth as glass, I guess. There are even regions where mirrors are used as offerings to the sea god. Oh, that's cool! With all these people living on the island and surrounded by the sea, I can see why mirrors are seen as symbols of good fortune here. And it's small enough to fit into your pocket, too. It's both cute and practical. Wow, you really thought of everything, huh? I've actually been handling these out to Ama divers around the island since yesterday. I told them it was a charm and that they should hang on to it for good luck. Oh, so everyone has one. That's kinda nice. Another way to bring us all together. You're an Ama diver now too, right, Yuza? Why don't you take one? But I... Oh, right. I don't know if it's okay to count you as a diver, given what happened earlier. Like it really matters. We got plenty, so you should take one too. Thanks. Sorry for the trouble. That's going to be a very important object later. I fucking know it. It's no big deal. I don't want you to feel left out or anything. I guess that means the zombie's getting one as well. Here you go. Wow, really? I'm always down for more Kamashima Maru merch. Sure thing. Keep it safe and sound in your pocket, and maybe it'll keep you safe too. Cool. Everyone else was really happy to get theirs too. Even your grandma seemed to like it, Yuza. She said she'd use it, sure to use it from now on. Really? I'm glad to hear it. Did you go diving today as well, Kikuko? Oh, you mean that whole thing about how we're supposed to stay out of the sea? No one I know is paying attention to that. I took a bug out into the bay from the northern shore, but didn't end up with much shown for it. The North Sea, huh? Did anyone go with you? No, I went by myself. Why do you ask? No particular reason, just taking notes for later. I see. You're really serious about becoming an Alma diver, huh? It'd be a real shame if you couldn't become one with that enthusiasm. I'd like to help, but the timing's really not the best right now. It's okay. Any information you can give me is help enough. Sorry, I'll help out when things have died down, okay? By the way, Yuza, how much practice did you manage to get in today? Enough to be able to do most things comfortably, I think. For sure, I can tell you've improved a lot just from the way you're carrying yourself. You must have a real talent for diving if you were able to improve that much in just one day. Wow, it's pretty impressive you can tell all that just by looking at him. Hey, I thought of a way I can show my support. If you manage to get a high score of 2,000 points in one diving session, I'll give you a special prize. Wow, isn't that great, Yuza? What was your highest score today again? Let's see. I think it was 2,639 points? Oh wow, you really did it! I sure did. That's amazing, Yuza. Guess you've earned yourself a prize. Here you go, a rare bird sticker I found while diving the other day. A free freaking mockingbird, let's go. Albatross boss. Ah, shit. I love these freaking birds. You lucky dog, I didn't think you'd get a new mockingbird sticker so soon. Looks like a rare one, too. No, really? Nice. Once you become a proper opera diver, I'll tell you all the good diver spots I know. Oh yeah, there's something I've been wondering for a while. Yeah? Were you the one who came up with the idea for Kameshimaru, Kikuko? Nope, I can't take credit for that one. Oh right, I forgot you didn't know, Yuza. Know what? At one point, the local youth organization was trying to come up with souvenir ideas for tourists. Tsukasa stepped up and suggested creating a mascot character for Kamishima. She even drew the design for it. Mascot characters are all the rage nowadays, you know? There's even mascots for the World Expo and Japan games. Oh, I see. So Tsukasa drew this? I only heard about it after the fact, too. I didn't know she was good at drawing. And it's not just a cute little turtle. The unique look on his face makes a big impression. Yeah, the old guys here didn't seem too sure about it at first, though. But thanks to Azami's favor and endorsement, it ended up making the cut. I just didn't want Tsukasa's design to go to waste, you know? She put a lot of effort into it. I think it's a great mascot too, for what it's worth. How interesting. I'm glad I asked. Kameshimaru, a mascot character created specifically for Kamishima as part of the local youth organization efforts to boost the island's economy and strengthen the community. The design selected for the project was envisioned by Tsukasa Awo, a local high school student. As a symbol of Kamishima, it can be seen on a wide variety of merchandise sold in shops on the island, including keychains, flags, and hand towels. A surprising number of tourists have found themselves charmed by the turtle's creature's character, particular sleepy expression, enough so that merchandise is often in short supply. Huh, cool. There's a bunch of Kameshimaru merch now. Keychains, notepads, you name it. If you want it, just let me know. Alright, let's talk about the foreign visitors. By the way, have you seen the two foreign tourists that we're supposed to be visiting today? Wait a sec. Foreign tourists? Here? Today? No way! What did they look like? Did they have blonde hair? Were they cool? I'm not sure. We don't know that much about it. Guess that means you haven't seen them either, though. Yeah, I guess they didn't come this way. Hey now! You two had better not be thinking of following them around to Gop. You don't want them to think we're all unsophisticated louts out here, do you? Weren't you just asking whether they were cool or not?
I don't know what you're talking about. But if you see them, you'll come and tell me, right? Right?
Okay, we will.
Man, I'm sure I better run to these foreigners before they leave.
She's not even trying to hide what she really thinks anymore.
Have you heard about the two Alma divers from the mainland who went missing?
Of course I have. They evidently disappeared one right after the other.
I guess it's a reminder of just how dangerous the sea can be. Hearing news like this is always pretty sobering.
Do you think they were just accidents?
Well, some of the others divers think it's a sign that something bad's going to happen. But you should probably keep quiet about this, Yuza. If you start bringing it up, people will get suspicious.
That's probably true, yeah.
Personally, though, I think they were probably just unfortunate accidents. I hope they're both found safe and sound. Alright, time for the biggest one. Have you heard of the Curse of the Raging Waves?
Nope, never heard of it. What is it?
Well, we went to talk to Mr. Kawamura just now. Wait, so you mean the disaster 5 years ago was caused by some curse, and that same curse is going to cause the same thing to happen again?
So it seems.
The hell's he on about? Trying to press things off as some occult tripe? Don't tell me you two believe that rubbish.
Well, it did seem pretty believable.
Oh, please. He's obviously feeding you a load of nonsense. I don't know if you two are aware, but there are rumors the old man's been really into this shady sorcerer recently.
A sorcerer?
Yeah, some of the miracle work goes over in Tokyo or something. Apparently he'll do anything they say. That's probably why he's going on about curses and stuff. Shotaro did say he's been behaving oddly recently. Even Shotaro thinks so? That's gotta be it.
So, it's just a hoax?
You shouldn't pay any mind to that hogwash. Besides, it doesn't bother you that he's trying to pin the disaster on some sort of crazy curse? That's all the information I can get out so far. Oh, was that all? I'll be getting back to work then. I feel like there's going to be more information coming around, so let's check the Torii Gate again.
Guess no one's here right now.
Yeah, let's try somewhere else. Back to the town clock then? Maybe? Oh, Chie!
Chie!
You two again? Still wandering around poking your nose as stupid as you should be? How's about you stop messing around and just give up already? Nothing you do is going to make me change my mind. I'm saying this for your sake as much as anyone else, Minakuchi boy. Try to understand my position, eh?
For my sake?
You managed to survive that disaster 5 years ago. Some would call it a miracle even. It wouldn't do to see that miracle go to waste, would it? Maybe if I flew off the handle a bit earlier, ended up coming off a bit stronger than I meant to. I can't tell you anything about your mother, but believe me when I say it's best you let sleeping dogs lie. I said it before and I'll say it again. No diamond. My stance has to change. You hear me? Damn. Guess that's that. By the way, where did you go diving today?
Well... Yuza wanted a particular spot, so we went about 5 kilometers south of the island.
Say what? What were you thinking diving in the Southern Sea of all places? You got even less sense than I thought. You know full well that everyone avoids that area because of the disaster 5 years ago.
Yeah, I know.
But Azami and I both lost family in the disaster too. We wanted to take the chance to pay our respects. Well, I can't say I don't get how you feel. But that strange rumbling I told you about is coming from the south. Just do me a favor and stay away from the sea, alright?
Alright.
Ain't gonna get nothing from me there.
Oh, I almost forgot to ask. Have the 2 foreign tourists come by here at all?
Sure did, some just now actually.
What? Do you know where they went?
Look like they went headed to the lighthouse from what I could tell.
The lighthouse, huh? Gotcha.
Kamashima Lighthouse. A lighthouse on the eastern side of Kamashima, the narrow passage between Cape Irago and Kamashima has long been known to be difficult to navigate, particularly at night. So much so that it has been featured alongside the whirlpools of Awa and the Ondo no Seto Strait in sailor songs about the most feared waterways. Following its construction in the Meiji area, spurred by the reports of warships striking reefs in the area, the lighthouse has continued to stand watch over the waters of the island, ensuring safe passage to all who travel then. Huh. Don't go following them around just because we don't see many foreign folks around these parts, you hear? Chie, we heard that 2 Alma divers from the mainland went missing in some sort of accident. You heard right. Do you think that's a bad omen as well? I do. I'm well aware of just how dangerous the sea can be, but 2 divers getting caught up in accidents and going missing one after another, that tells me there's something off with the sea itself. Something's going on in the sea around these ponds, mark my words. Is this about how Yuza's mom caused that curse? The curse of the raging waves or whatever? So you already know. Heard it all from Shinobu, I'll wager? Do you believe in the curse, Miss Chie? Of course I do. At the very least, I know it's not some old wives' tale. I'm not saying you have to believe it too, though. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to talk about that woman or anything, but there was obviously something up with Mari Minakuchi 5 years back. She always seemed anxious and on edge, and then the disaster struck. Might be I'm just here reading too much into it, but I can't shake these doubts of mine either. We all done here? You two should be dealing with the island matters to Shinobu from now on. Keep your heads down and stay out of trouble, you hear? Yeah. Well, that was something. She ain't a bad person at heart, but she sure is stubborn. Yeah. Alright, before we go to the lighthouse, I need to check the Chuo Street one more time. See if there's anybody else over there. I don't think we're gonna get any more info from here. Let's try somewhere else. Alright. Before I continue, I'm actually gonna go and grab myself something to snack on real quick. Be right back. Alrighty, snack acquired. I went ahead and grabbed myself some animal crackers, and I also grabbed my giant water jug of water. Whew. Alrighty then. So, town clock probably won't have anything, same with the Toria Gate. We could talk with Grandma again, but I'm curious about the lighthouse, so... Oh, looks like we found them. That looks like them, alright. Excuse me?
You rang?
Do my eyes deceive me? Could these young islanders have come all the way here just to talk to us? Welcome, welcome to Kamashima Lighthouse. There's not much here, but please make yourselves at home. Thanks for having us? Why is he the one welcoming us?
It's because most people here have been avoiding him. He's excited someone finally wants to talk.
Oh. Anyway, we were wondering if you could spare a moment to talk?
Wait, before you do, shall we play a game?
I want to guess why you've come to talk to us.
May I?
Sure. It's probably safe to assume you've been making the rounds here asking questions. Indeed, it was most likely hearing such news that enticed you to climb all the way up here to meet us, which means... I got it! We've almost certainly done something to offend the good people of the island, committed some manner of ill-mannered faux pas. You must have come to tell us the lighthouse is off limits to everyone except authorized personnel. Actually, no. What the fuck is that face? Oh, fuck, that was funny. That was really funny. That face is so good. I might have to make that into an emo of my own. Ah, shit. Ah, the bitter taste of failure. And thus does my stint as a praising detective end in Nagami. I'd say that whole show was kind of a social faux pas, at least.
Don't worry, he's always like this. He'll bounce back in no time.
I see. He must be pretty resilient. Since you didn't guess right, do you mind if I continue? Oh, asking my permission, are we? Well then, by all means, permission granted. Thank you. Yes. My name is Arnav Barnum. You can call me as Avi as a sign of our newfound friendship, and also because I like it better. Arnav Barnum the tourist. Okay then, Avi. Ah, such a pleasing ring to it. What can I do for you, young man? Would this girl be your daughter? Not quite. Miss Cersei Lunar Knight here is a distant relative of mine.
Yes, Miss Cersei Lunar Knight would be me. Nice to meet you.
I'm Yuza Minakuchi, a resident of Kamashima, and this is Azami Kamoi. Nice to meet you. Yuza and Azami, eh? The pleasure's mine. Wait. Minakuchi? So we piqued your interest, have we? I'm a fantasy writer by trade, with a reach of spanning the Atlantic from Bonnie, England to vast America.
Not that any of his books sell at all.
That's right. For some reason, no one buys my novels. Quite the mystery, no? Alas, a fantasy writer has no need for mysteries. What's that? I'm as a court writer, so it might as well be my main job, no? Humbug, I say! Stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax! I see. In any case, I'm just your average free spirit. Footloose, fancy-free, and all that. What's that? You're wondering if my bohemian nature is the reason I remain unattached and unwed? Humbug, I say! Stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax. You seem to be enjoying yourself. I am indeed. Why not give it a try yourself? 1, 2, 3. Humbug, I say. Actually, I'm good, thanks. Impressive as it is, I can see doing this post 3 times might have been a bit too much, yes? This guy sure is hard to keep up with. At any rate, I recently found myself with a pressing need to visit your fair country for research. Fortunately, young Cersei here just happened to be studying in Japan and kindly agreed to accompany me as my guide. Your guide? Indeed. She's quite the enthusiast when it comes to Japanese folklore and occult phenomena, and such a pleasure to converse with as well.
Iseshima is a deeply spiritual region full of sacred places I always wanted to visit. We traveled around the mainland before coming here, but this place stands above and beyond. My nose almost started bleeding from the exhilaration.
Past Recollection Chapter Arnav Barnum and question mark, commissioner. It will unlock once all conditions are met. Oh!
In fact, I think it did a bit.
You must have been really excited, huh? Is this really that special compared to other places?
Of course! It wasn't called the land where they repair the ways for the eternal world for nothing, you know.
The land where the what?
What's this? You never heard it called that? It said that Yamatohime no Mikoto, the empress of ancient Japan, was searching for a suitable place to enshrine Amaterasu 2,000 years ago. She received a divine revelation that the waves around Ise Providence came from Eternal World, which led her to establish Ise Grand Shrine. The Eternal World is a separate realm from the world in which we live. Some describe it as a perpetual paradise.
Whoa, you're gonna have to slow down there a bit. So, what does that mean exactly? We learned about it in our local history classes, remember? Oh, yeah, I think I remember. Sort of. Basically, Ise is such a sacred place, even the ancient gods took a liking to it, right?
Exactly. It has such an enticing vibe. Just being here is enough to have my nose gushing all the long day.
But the residents wouldn't be feeling too hot if our noses kept bleeding all the time. One thing's for sure, though. You seem to really like Iseshima. As a local, I'm super happy to hear that. Oh! I guess we got information from them then. Okay. Arna Barnum, sex, male, occupation, author slash occult journalist, 40 years old, nickname Avi, a fantasy author and occult journalist whose books were published in both America and England, but apparently don't sell well. Unmarried, he has apparently come to Japan to search for mermaids. Cersei, 15 years old, fucking prodigy, goddamn. Exchange student, young girl from England currently on exchange in Japan, seems to harbor an ardent interest in Japanese folklore and occult stories. Interesting. Will you be staying on Kamashima tonight? If you need somewhere to stay, I know a few places.
Excuse me. We've actually already booked a guest house back on the mainland. We'll be taking the last ferry back after this.
Well, I guess you don't have much time left then, huh? So what brings you to Kamishima today? I'm glad you asked, Yuza. We were hoping to pick your brains on the topic as well. There wouldn't have to be any legends concerning mermaids passed down on this island, would there? So you really are looking for mermaids? Oh, indeed. You know what mermaids are, yes? I refer, of course, to the mythical half-human, half-fish creature. Sure, we know that much at least. Then I may be able to provide a modest sum of additional information on the subject. Additional information? Well, you may be aware that the typical Western mermaid is envisioned as having the lower half of a fish and the top half of a human woman. It's thought that this interpretation has its origins in another sea monster, the Siren of Greek mythology. Their claim to fame is surfacing near reefs and bewitching sailors with their beautiful voices. Andersen's fairy tale, The Little Mermaid, is a famous example of this type of mermaid. Indeed, it caused this image to enter common knowledge. Yeah, that's what comes to mind when I think of mermaids too. A typical mermaid, right? But the mermaid that appears in ancient Japanese folklore is quite different. The mermaid has only the head of a human, with the rest of its body being a fish. It appears it was seen more as an evil spirit or a yokai in nature. The legend that eating its flesh will grant immortality also implies that it was seen as more fish than human. Sure, that makes sense. People would definitely think twice about eating something that looked human, huh? This isn't to say there's a difference in Eastern and Western interpretations of mermaids, mind you. One could rather assume that there are several different types of creatures that can be encompassed by the term mermaid. After all, there were also reports of more humanoid or demi-human mermaids being sighted in Japan in later years. Different types of mermaids, huh? Personally, I think lumping the two under the same appellation is a mistake. After all, they're two different creatures that just happen to share the same trait of being half fish, half human. It leads to a misunderstanding when the conflicting stories get passed down, and then the whole concept gets treated as occult malarkey. I think I see what you mean. Listening to you talk about that, it sounds like you believe mermaids really exist, Avi. But of course I do. After all, I didn't come to research mermaids. I came to look for mermaids. Ba-ba-bum! I love him. This is all very compelling. Isn't it? I think this is the first time someone's agreed with me on the matter. And that brings me to my next question. You wouldn't happen to have any local info on mermaids, would you? Unfortunately, I never heard any folklore about mermaids here. I see. That would align with the answers we received to our other inquiries thus far. And it would seem our investigation has branded us as certified weirdos. Most everyone now turns us a blind eye as well as a deaf ear. Well, it's probably not just because of that. I mean, isn't there supposed to be a huge occult craze going on in Japan right now? I assume everyone would be jumping at the chance to discuss cryptids. Pretty sure that's just a small group of enthusiasts getting worked up, a very vocal minority, yeah? If you're interested in the occult, what brought you all the way to Kamishima? Do you have a reason to believe mermaids could be found here? An excellent question, I do indeed. More precisely, I had reasons to believe that you could be found around Taishima, an island that no longer exists. Taishima? Indeed. I obtained this information through personal research, so I imagine it's not common knowledge. But some say there were 3 mermaids, Sobai, Nagame, and Hayase, living in the seas around Taishima 400 or so years ago. 3 mermaids. Sobai, Nagame, and Hayase. Huh. 3 of them? And you even know their names? We didn't even know Taishima existed until today. It seems a deliberate decision was made not to leave any records of Taishima's existence, which would obviously lead one to believe something is being concealed. On that note, did you know the records remain of several other sightings of mermaids in Ise Bay? But really?
That's right! Legends about mermaids exist throughout Japan, and this region is no exception. In particular, there are reports of mermaids having been discovered in Sioux City and Ise City, both of which are in Ise Bay.
Oh, I had no idea.
I've jotted down some notes on these legends, so please take a look if you're interested.
Yoink! Alrighty then. I'm gonna take a swig of Wawa before I actually start reading this stuff out loud, because otherwise this stuff is starting to get very interesting. Plus, I was starting to feel my throat start to get a little sore from doing all those deep male voices. Alrighty then. So, we have the Ise Bay mermaid legends. The mermaids of Betsuo. According to Kokon Chomonju, a collection of notable tales old and new, an anthology of spoken stories compiled in the 13th century, 3 mermaids were discovered caught in a fisherman's net in Betsuho in Ise Province, modern-day Nakabeppo, Kawage town in Sioux City. The mermaid Futamigura. Total of 6 mermaid sightings mentioned in the Kagenki. The ancient annals of Horyuji Temple covering the latter half of the Kamekura period and the Nabokucho period. One of these entries described a mermaid sighting in Futami, Ise Province, modern-day Futami town in Ise City, in the second year of the Enbun era, 1357. The mermaid was schedulally named Enmeiju, a name composed of characters afflicted with long life. Ano town's Yao Bukuni. Although the exact time period is unclear, legend tells of a girl named Osato from Kusawa in Ano town of Age district who became immortal after eating the flesh of a mermaid and went on to become Yao Bikuni, a nun who lived for 800 years. Huh. And then the 3 mermaids of Taishima. While this information is not recorded in any literature, according to Abi's research, 3 mermaids, Sobe, Nagame, and Hayase, purportedly lived in Taishima, an island said to have sunk about 400 years ago. Thanks, this is all very interesting. So which type of mermaid are you looking for, Abi? Well, it seems a lot of the mermaid sightings around Ise Bay were fish mermaids. Fish mermaids? By the mermaid sighted around Taishima were apparently the human mermaid sort. So it stands to reason that any mermaids around here would be human mermaids as well. By human mermaids, you mean the sort that are closer to humans than fish, right? Indeed, the ones closer to fish, meanwhile, are known as fish mermaids, or what I call them anyways. I see. I don't know whether it makes it easier to understand or more complicated. In that case, mermaids whose flesh would make you immortal if you eat it would have to be fish mermaids then, right? Another fine question. It is indeed difficult to imagine people eating the flesh of human mermaids. But I personally believe that human mermaids also have the power to bestow immortality on people. Oh, I wonder. How about another refresher on myth and legend? Are either of you familiar with a place called Ryugu? Ryugu? Is it related to the Ryugu Palace that appears in the tale of Urushimataro? Just so! It could well be considered the inspiration for the undersea palace in the familiar fairy tale. Whoa, I was right? Tale of Urushimataro. Yoshitoshi Tsukioka Urushimataro returning home from Palace of the Dragon King excerpt adapted by Tokyo Metropolitan Library Collection. Long, long ago, a youth by the name of Urushimataro lived in a village by the sea. One day, upon rescuing a sea turtle that was being bullied on the beach, Taro was amazed when the turtle thanked him by inviting him to Ryugu Palace, the legendary undersea palace of the Dragon King, as a token of gratitude for his kindness. Ryugu Palace was a wondrous place with beauty unlike anything found on the surface world. The Princess Ryugu Palace, Otohime, received him with a great hospitality. Taro spent his days treated to elegant dances performed by the sea, breams and flounders, and satisfied by an extravagant feast, spending his days as if in a dream. After spending time enjoying this luxurious lifestyle, Taro began to miss his village. He asked Otohime for permission to return home, and although sad to see him go, the princess granted his request. As a parting gift, she handed him a mysterious box, a tame tebako, but warned him never to open it. Thinking this strange but agreeing to Otohime's request nonetheless, Taro accepted the tamatebako, and set out back towards his village on Turtleback. Upon reaching his village, Taro realized everything was different. The house he lived in was gone, and there was no sign of his parents or anyone he had known. What he had believed to be just a short sojourn in Ryugu Palace had in fact been several hundred years on the surface, and the village and people he had once known were no more. Overcome with despair, the Taro turned to the tame tebako he had been gifted in a final grasp at hope. As he opened the box, a thick white smoke engulfed it, and in that instant, the hundreds of years that had passed caught up with him, turning him into an old man. The Ryu dragon surely refers to the god of the sea. It's not uncommon for deities associated with water to be serpentine in nature. This would then make Ryugu the palace where the god of the sea resides, the palace of the Dragon King. Huh. I had no idea Ryugu Palace was based on something else. Ryugu is known for being home to the priestesses who attend the god of the sea. These women are collectively referred to as Otohime. Oh yeah, Princess Otohime appeared in the tale of Urashime Taro, didn't she? Yeah, but she was described as the ruler of Ryugu Palace in the fairy tale, so she was actually a priestess? A slight embellishment to make a more interesting story, I assume. Hardly uncommon. There's also another interesting theory about the Otohime of Ryugu. It said that they were half fish, half human women in appearance. In other words, they were mermaids. Oh. But what's that I hear you say? That's all well and good, but where is this Ryugu Palace anyway? You want to know? You're dying to know, aren't you? Very well then, take it away, Sissy!
Right. As a matter of fact, Ryugu is said to be the exact same place as the Eternal World I mentioned earlier.
Whoa, really? In other words, the sea around Ise, which is said to consist of waves from Eternal World, is in fact the location of Ryugu. And Ryugu is home to the Otohime mermaids, right?
That's right! What's more, a priestesses who lived in a land to be an eternal paradise. It wouldn't be that odd if they had some sort of power to grant immortality to humans. Even in the tale of Urashime Taro, Princess Otohime displayed an ability to influence the physical age of other people using the Tame Tokubako. If the story has its basis in the ability of mermaids to influence human lifespans, that power of hers makes a lot more sense, don't you think?
I see. So that's why you think human mermaids are able to grant immortality even without eating their flesh.
You see? Intriguing, is it not?
But how would you even get to Ryugu?
What creature was responsible for bringing Urashime Taro to Ryugu in the Ebony Tale? That's right, a turtle or kame. And what is the name of the island we're currently standing on?
Kamashima!
And there you have it, the reason for our visit.
So you believe there might be some clue as to how to get to Ryugu hidden on Kamashima? Could Kamashima really have some link to Ryugu? Tales of Ryugu, the abode of the god of the sea, exists in every area of Japan, poised by some theories to be eternal world of legend. It is said to be a perpetual paradise connected to the world via a seabed that bestows everlasting youth and unnatural longevity to those who live there. Some tales also equate Ryugu with the underworld, the place where the dead journey after death. The tale of Urashime Taro, about a youth who was invited to the sea-floor palace of Ryugu as thanks for rescuing a turtle, led to Ryugu's name becoming widely known throughout the country. In the story, a princess called Otohime serves as a ruler of Ryugu Palace, while Otohime originally referred to priestesses serving the god of the sea who presided over Ryugu.
By the way, Yuza.
Yes?
You said your name was Yuza Minakuchi, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Mari Minakuchi?
Huh? Mari Minakuchi was my mom. She passed away in an accident 5 years ago.
I apologize for the indiscretion. My condolences. 5 years ago. You wouldn't have to have inherited anything from your mother, would you?
No, but what do you mean? Why would you know about my mom? Could she have had some sort of connection to mermaids?
Well, this is more related to my personal research, so I can't say for sure.
Please, tell me! I'm also looking for mermaids. If you know anything, I have to know.
Well now, you've certainly grown lively all of a sudden. Let's calm down a bit,
Regrettably, the only lead I have is a rumor that suggests some connection between mermaids and Miramina Kuchi.
A rumor for where? Oh, you want to know? Well, I suppose you would, wouldn't you? Very well, I'll tell you. I heard it from a descendant of the islanders who used to call Taishima home.
What? So someone survived the disaster that sunk Taishima and their descendants are still around today?
Long story short, yes. Isn't it fascinating? This particular individual was also the one who told me about the 3 mermaids who were said to have lived on Taishima.
I see.
By the by, if you're also seeking mermaids, you must have some information of your own, yes? Surely this one-sided exchange of knowledge wounds your good conscience? Allow me to remedy that by accepting any information you have. Yuza.
Yeah, this is our best lead yet. Let's share what information we can. You see...
Oh, so you were saved by a mermaid during the disaster 5 years ago. And you believe the mermaid in question might have been your mother.
Yeah, I know it sounds pretty far-fetched. And I know some of it probably comes from me wanting her to still be alive.
Oh no, on the contrary. I find it very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Why, you ask?
Why?
There's a rumor about one of the 3 mermaids who used to live around Taishima. They say she took on a human form several decades ago and has lived among humans ever since.
What? No way.
That would fit perfectly with our theory. Calling me surprised as well. This is my surprise face, by the way. But it would be very interesting if that was the case.
Sorry, Abby. I think I'm at my limit.
Oh my, that bad, is it?
Something wrong?
My apologies. As much as I wish I could have talked more, it would appear we're out of time. I'm afraid we must bid you goodbye for today.
Now that you mention it, you're looking to make it the last ferry. You'll probably want to be heading back soon. Wait, this is the most promising lead we've found. If you could stay just a bit longer?
Believe me, I'd love to continue our chat too, but the little lady's been feeling a bit under the weather ever since arriving here, you see.
Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. You're not going to get another nosebleed. If you're feeling that bad, maybe you should stay for the night after all.
Thank you. I'm just about holding the nosebleed in. But I really should get off the island as soon as possible. Ever since arriving here, I've had this feeling that something terrible calamity is approaching.
A calamity?
You can't mean... I forgot to mention. Young Cersei here is a bit sensitive to things in that sphere, if you catch my drift.
Okay. But...
as reluctant as I am to part ways, we really must go. Many thanks for the information you shared, and never fear, we'll be back tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yuza.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Abby! You rang?
If you happen to find any more leads on mermaids today, could you let me know as soon as possible, please?
Oh, I didn't expect you to be all that interested. Very well, if I hear anything else, I'll be sure to let you know. If you could give me your contact information, perhaps?
Thank you.
Don't mind me, I'm just eating snacks right now. Man, that sure was a stroke of luck. I never thought they'd have much info for us. We managed to learn a lot, but it seems like getting any more from them today will be a bit tough.
I really need that information by tomorrow, though. Why don't we go back to the jetty for now and actually tell her about the tourist that we just saw? Huh? What's up? You want to chat a bit more? Just a bit more, yeah. Oh. I guess we're done with that area then. Welcomer more than likely is not going to say anything. Let's check the town clock again real quick. Doesn't look like anyone's here right now. Let's try somewhere else. Yeah, let's go. Toy gate, maybe? Guess no one's here right now. Let's try somewhere else. Huh. Back to the Minakuchi residence, I guess. Oh? Was there something else you needed, Yuza? By the way, Graham, we just went to talk to Mr. Wakamura, and there's something we wanted to ask you about. What was that? My hearing's been a bit off recently, you see. Please don't say that. A lot of Amadimers have ear problems, so it's not really a laughing matter. Someone has no sense of humor. So, did you know that everyone thought Mom was the Raging Waves curse bearer? Wow, I'm impressed you managed to say that without stuttering. So you have heard of it before? Oh, drat. Me and my big mouth. He said Mom was descended from the ones who first called forth the curse or something like that. And that's why everyone is so concerned with what I get up to. Is it true, though? Well, if you know that much, I suppose I could tell you the truth. Oh boy. This is getting spicy. If I just rest up a bit, I'll be up and around again in no time. I want the two of you to come to the Southern Bay later, once the sun's gone down. Right. Thanks, Gran. You can't tell us about it now? I think it'd be easier to show you what I mean. Okay, we'll be at the bay at sundown, but if you're not feeling up to it, don't push yourself, okay? No need to rush now, I'll tell you everything later. You want to prepare yourself for this one. Okay. We're going out again for a bit, Gran. Got it. You two take care, okay? I'm just gonna save real quick. Because I feel like we might actually be getting into a bad end territory. Let's check the Torii Gate one more time. No one's there. What about town clock? Nope. Back to Wakamura residence then? Mr. Wakamura. No good. He's completely clammed up. I doubt we'll be able to crack that shell. Let's try somewhere else. Damn. Back to the jetty? Nope. Chua Street, maybe? Oh, this is different. Looks like the sun's starting to set. Why don't we go over what we've learned so far? Yeah, good idea. First, we learned that my mom was considered cursed by some of the islanders.
Yeah, they said she was descended from the person who originally called forth the curse of the raging waves or something like that. And because he thinks the curse is about to break out again, Mr. Wakamura is currently trying to find a way to stop it. Not everyone on the island believes it in, though. Kikuko and Shotaro didn't seem to believe in it at all, yeah. We also managed to speak with those two foreigners who were looking for mermaids. They sure were full of surprises. And there's also that rumor about mermaids living near Taishima, a nearby island that was destroyed, and one of the same assumed a human form. I never thought we'd find something to support the idea that my mom might have been a mermaid. Whatever else we may have learned from this, the mermaid that I encountered 5 years ago may very well have been one of those three living near Taishima. We also got some hints about where those mermaids might have come from. Yeah, there's a good chance they originally came from an otherworldly place called Ryugu. If they're in a place like that, I don't see how we could ever get to them. What that girl said about calamity approaching is bothering me a bit too. There's no way she'd know about the curse of the raging waves, right? Do you think that made the curses real after all? Oh! Azami, I just realized something. Yeah? If the curse of the raging waves is in danger of breaking out again, then wouldn't that mean its curse bearer is still around today? Oh! Uh-oh. That's a problem. Oh, damn, you're right! But your mom is, well, not with us anymore. Mr. Wakamura seems to think it wasn't the direct cause of the curse reappearing, too. Yeah, he'd probably be coming down on you even harder if he thought you were. So the person responsible would be someone who wasn't here 5 years ago, but is here now. Well, assuming the curse is real anyway. Yeah. Still, I really do wonder if my mom has some sort of link with mermaids. I hope whatever Gran has to tell us sheds some light on things. You mean what she's planning to tell us at the bay tonight, yeah? What's wrong? There's a bunch of noise coming from Chuo Street. I think I heard screaming. Let's go!
Why? Why?
What the fuck? What happened? What's wrong? Sakazo, what's going on?
I don't... We were just... But then Sato just...
Yuza, look over there! What? Ah! What the fuck? Why is Sato dead? Sato? There's blood everywhere. What happened? She's not moving. Don't tell me she's dead.
Sato just suddenly... We were just... But then she got cut down.
Whatever it was, we gotta get her to the clinic. Wait, what's happening?
Sato... Her wound is...
The wound is gone?
Sato!
Sato, are you okay?
Sato!
Huh?
Ano's town. Osato?
Oh my fucking god! What? 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 Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where the fuck is it?
gotta be around here somewhere. Where the fuck is it? Ah, Ise Bay Mermaid Legends. So wait. They were talking about Ano Town's Yao Bikuni. And the fact that they actually zoomed in that close to Osato. That's gotta mean that Sato's actually a fucking mermaid. We need to figure out what's going on with that one then. Oh shit. Mockingbird relationship chart? So he hates them. Best buds and love bad blood. So bad blood, but best buds. Best buds. Unknown. Best buds. Unknown. Triangular. Best buds. That's unknown. Best buds. These guys are all in love with one in particular. Hates, in love with. Best buds. Oh my god, this is a very complicated relationship. Like, what the fuck? I don't know what that's all about. Okay, so what now? We can't get Arnav Barna's information just yet because we cannot actually gain access to it. So what does this mean? Like, I don't know. Like, what's going on? What's with the information involving Sato? Like, Yumiko's also, like, very interesting as well. Arnav's is actually a mystery entirely, but we don't have the information to get to the past for him. So, what now? Sato Shiranami was mysteriously cut down, yet moments later she resurrected before her friend's very eyes. The confusion engulfs the island. Yuza and Zombie head out to meet Yuza's grandmother, Tsuyu Mitakuchi, at the appointment at time and place. Several hours later. Sorry to keep you waiting, Yuza. It's nearly time to meet up with Tsuyu, yeah? Let's head that way. Right. The whole island was in an uproar after that. We didn't even get to ask Sato what happened. Yeah, apparently she shut herself up in her room at the Wakamuras and hasn't come out since. What the hell was that, though? And how'd she even get hurt like that in the first place? Some of the islanders were kicking up a real fuss, saying that Sato isn't human, that she's something evil that should be chased off the island. But everyone settled down after Mr. Wakamura stepped in and promised to handle it. Everyone on the island probably heard about it by now, though. He'll be all anyone can talk about for a while yet. Did you go back home afterwards, Yuza? No, I stayed out to do some digging. Gran wasn't at home anyway. She hasn't recovered enough to be able to move around that much, though, so I'm pretty worried. Yeah. You think our promise to meet with her at the bay is still on? Yeah, let's go and see. Huh. Oh good, she's here. Gran, is your leg okay? Gran? It's me.
Oh, you two came after all. The waves were so loud I couldn't hear you for a second.
What are you doing over there, Gran?
This is where it's hidden.
Hidden? What is?
Well, Mare, your mother left us.
My mom?
Yes, so, Yuza, have you heard of an island called Taishima?
Taishima? Whoa! What the fuck? Huh? Gran? Tsuyu, what's wrong?
She's hurt bad. We have to stop the bleeding. Ah! What are you two doing over there? Kikuko, this isn't what she would just only. Does that suit you? No. You couldn't have. Ah! Wait. Shit, she's totally got the wrong idea. It's too late. Gran, she's got no pulse. The wound's too deep. It almost cut her clean in half. She never stood a chance. I'll go get someone. You stay here with Suyu, Yuza. No, it's all right. I'll come with you. Help! Someone get the clan doctor! Ah! What the fuck? This Ole Nakamura? What the hell's happening? I hear screaming from down there too. Come on, let's go. What the fuck's going on? Chie! Ah! No way. Even Chie? Someone help! 2 more people collapsed over there! Here.
What's happening? Help me, I don't want to die!
Damn it, there are too many victims. We aren't going to have enough people to help at this rate. There are more over there too. What the hell is happening? Is that Kikuko? It got her too? Someone tell me what's going on! What's with the gashes appearing out of nowhere? This isn't right. There's no way this is normal. Is it a virus? Or is there really a curse? What? Those affected by the phenomenon died instantly. The strange calamity that had suddenly descended on Kamashima plunged the island into a panic. With no knowledge of the cause or reason, there was nothing that could be done to prevent it, and the massacre continued unabated for a time. The survivors were seized with fear. Some ran to escape, some simply broke down, some flew into a wild rage. A frenzied chaos swept over the island. A short while later... At least we were able to meet up with Tsukasa. But what the hell's going on? The whole island is in an uproar. Everyone's so panicked. We couldn't find anyone who could talk straight. Who could blame them? No one knows who will be affected next. It's probably best to hide her until things settle down. You okay, Tsukasa?
No. I have no idea whether my mom's safe or not. And I wasn't able to find Sato either. I'm so worried about her.
Oh man, Wakamura said he'd handle things, so I hope she managed to make it back home at least. Hey. Do you think Sato's wounds healing up like that has anything to do with what just happened? We held up prying into Sato's past up until now. But maybe that won't fly anymore. Come to think of it, didn't this whole curse of the raging waves mess start when Sato came to Kamashima?
Don't say that! This isn't Sato's fault. She's just a normal girl. I won't let anyone say anything bad over her. Not even you, Azami.
Sorry, Tsukasa. I didn't mean anything by it. I wasn't thinking straight.
I mean, I never thought something like this was really possible either.
Huh? Something like what? Do you have some idea what could have caused this?
Well, a little while ago when we were at Old Man Wakamura's place, some guy phoned and threatened to kill all the women on Kamishima with a curse.
Another curse? Who was it? What did they want?
I don't really know. He said something about no mercy, just punishment for anyone who defies him. It was really creepy.
What the hell? All those people had to die just because some guy didn't get what he wanted? Old Man Wakamura said he'd do something to stop the Raging Waves curse, but this just got worse instead.
Azami, calm down. It's no use getting mad at me.
You're right. Sorry. Tsukasa, I guess I got a bit heated. Even so, that means those gashes were deliberately caused by someone using a curse, right? So they're the one responsible for all this. Right. Even if the massacre was caused by something supernatural, something made it happen.
About that, something's been bugging me about this whole thing.
What do you mean?
it doesn't seem like the victims were being targeted at random somehow. They were all women for a start, so I was trying to think of some kind of common point that would tie them together.
That's our Tsukasa, sharp as ever. So what were you thinking?
Could they have been targeted because they were Ama divers?
Now that you mention it, weren't all the victims we saw on the way here Ama divers? Though I guess most of the women on Kamishima have at least some Ama diving experience. But they went after Sato first, right? That wouldn't fit.
Oh, you're right. Sato isn't an Ama diver. I was pretty worried, Yuza. I was pretty worried Yuza and I may be targeted as well, but I guess we can breathe a bit easier now.
We still don't know what the conditions are, though. None of us are out of the woods yet.
Wait. The victims were only women? Could the killer have been using this to find their targets? But that would mean the culprit is... What's up, Yuza? You figuring something out? Huh? What? Yuza, your head! It's... No! Well, I think we just got a bad ending. Oh, hi, storyteller!
Well done in your efforts thus far. You have now borne witness to the details of the tragedy that befell Kamishima. However, please do not be discouraged. This too is necessary knowledge for your journey. The situation you find yourself is complex indeed, a very veritable maelstrom of events. But I'm sure you will be able to overcome this trial and accomplish your true objective. For now, we will return to the story chart where you may proceed with a different route. I wish you the best of luck on your journey.
God, I fucking love this series. Oh! Oh, okay. Alright. Okay then. So we can go one of two ways. We can start with Sato's storyline, or we can check out Avi's line. And I feel like personally, it might be a wise idea to actually figure out what's going on Avi's side, just so that way we can get some more information with Yumiko Shiki's whole scenario and situation. That's probably the route I'm probably gonna go with. So let's go ahead and start Avi's, which is discovering the mermaids of Ise Bay. This is a recollection. Anna Barnum, a cheerful fantasy author, sets off on a trip to visit the mermaid legends of Ise Bay with his relative, Cersei Lunarlight, as his guide. Ow. Yes, Alice Blanche, I'm hungry. It can't be helped.
After much hustle and bustle, we finally managed to make our way to Ise Bay.
Nice!
Take it all in now. We're standing on the coast of Nakabeppo in Mie Prefecture's Kawagage town.
Which means this is the Sea of Ise, the entrance into the eternal world. How amazing!
Indeed it is. Come, Cersei, henceforth begin our grand adventure in search of the legendary mermaids of Ise Bay.
How amazing! I just can't stop saying it!
Without further ado, my name is Anna Barnum, an American-born fantasy author. Please call me Avi.
Who are you introducing yourself to, weirdo?
Oh, well, I simply thought a new beginning called for a little dramatic flair, you know?
Sure.
With that out of the way, perhaps my darling guy can provide some insight to the going on of this local?
Sure, I got you covered.
This motherfucker is a fourth wall breaker.
While this area is now called Nakabeppo, long ago it was a region of Ise province known as Betsuo. Records indicate that 3 mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net along this coast back in the Heian period.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Let's hear more about those mermaids.
They had human heads with the mouths of monkeys and the teeth and bodies of fish, and they spoke and even shed tears like humans.
Could these be the fish mermaids you mentioned before, Abby?
Abby.
Oops. I thought it was him talking. I guess not. Indubitably, yes, this must be the place. I'm getting goosebumps.
Right? I feel the same way. This is so exciting.
Alright. Betsuo. So this is the location of it then. The old name for the area now known as Nakabeppo Kawagage Town in the Age district. So named during the events of this story, it has been merged with Sioux City of Mie Prefecture. Said to have been the territory of Taira no Kiyomori's father, Taira no Tadamori, the area has deep connection to the Ise Hike. It is also said to be the location where 3 mermaids were caught in the fisherman's nest and presented to Taira no Tadamori during the Heian period.
The endless expanse of the Ise Sea, the eternal world may lie just beyond this horizon. After all, Ise Providence is the land where they repair the waves from the eternal world.
The eternal world is protruded by a perpetual paradise, a separate plane from the world we live in, yes? Could it be that mermaids hail from such a place? This young lady is a distant relative of mine, the 3rd daughter of the Lunarlight family. The Lunarlights have been in the business of demonic exorcism in England for several generations now. As such, young Circe has received education on this rare subject from a young age and is now an apprentice exorcist. In order to continue her training, or more likely simply because of her interest in the area, Circe has come to Japan to study abroad. Upon hearing such news, I sought to employ her as my guide for this mermaid hunting expedition to Ise Bay. She's apparently quite fond of Japanese myth and folktales, has already explored a number of areas concerned with the occult. Interested in visiting Mie Prefecture at least once during her stay, she immediately agreed to my request. And now we have updated information about Circe. How? Sorry, I was just checking Discord real quick. Okay, false alarm. Circe, Lunarlight. A young exorcist from England, currently on exchange in Japan, possessive of bold and willful nature, she harbors an ardent interest in Japanese folklore and occult stories. She is quick to involve herself in anything that interests her, not stopping until her curiosity has been completely sated. Although she can be fairly blunt, she's known and naivety appropriate to her age around those she's comfortable with, and is not above the occasional prank. Circe is the 3rd daughter of the Ciara Lunarlight, the current head of the Matrilineal Lunarlight family. Matrilineal? Matrilineal? How the fuck do you pronounce that word? Oh well, whatever. A long line of exorcists based in England. Along with her 2 older sisters, she has received a specialized education in exorcism ever since she was a child and is currently in training as an apprentice. As beings known as demons in the West ultimately share the same root cause as harmful supernatural phenomenon in the East, the spirits of the dead, strong thoughts, and curses. What she does as an exorcist is fundamentally the same as what Japanese psychics do, with only the methods and terminology differing. See, primary spiritual abilities, guardian spirits, the ability to call upon the numerous guardian spirits of the Lunarlight family and evoke their powers to exercise spirits and negate certain psychic abilities. Shikigami, the ability to turn a piece of paper with an individual's name written on it into a butterfly, which will return to the individual in question. Although she does not have to be the one who wrote the name, it must be Circe who casts a spell on the paper. And dowsing, the ability to use a pendulum to search for a target based on what the user can sense of their spiritual power. The effective distance of the spell depends on the strength of the target's spiritual power. So she has entirely 3 different things compared to Soto. Because he has Curses, Shotgun, and the Feast of Shadows. And Circe has Guardian Spirits, Shikigami, and Dowsing. Although she is supposed to be in the care of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, a confidential Japanese institute during her time in Japan, Circe has been spending more time traveling around the country, sightseeing and working through her training curriculum.
The supervisor in charge of her training has all but given up on trying to make her manage her as a result, resolving to keep an eye on her but otherwise not interfere. As such, she is afforded a relatively high level of freedom. Cersei is an ardent fan of Mio Kurosuzu, a girl with potent spirit sense and her senior in the industry in Japan. She harbors both strong admiration and strong feelings of rivalry towards her in equal measure, and it's not uncommon for her to end up a babbling mess when the topic turns to the other girl. She treasures the photograph she had taken with Mio upon first meeting her in Tokyo and keeps it with her at all times. Hang on a second. Are they talking about the exact same Mio that I'm thinking of? Oh my fucking god, they are. They are talking about Mio Kurosuzu. That's actually pretty funny. As far as the girl is concerned, I suppose I could be considered a guardian of sorts. Even so, I often find myself caught up in her pace and completely thrown off guard. If anyone should be checking things up around here, it ought to be me! We've come all this way to a distant foreign land seeking mermaids. Of course, I have my own reasons for trying to locate the mythical creatures. But for now, I intend to scour this land in order to learn as much as I can about this lore and legends. But it occurs to me that I never actually explained the particulars of my Ise Bay mermaid execution to this girl. No matter, it's nothing of consequence really, so I'll just introduce my reasons a bit at a time. Thinking about yourself, you actually gave me information about yourself. Fantastic. Let's see. Fantasy author, occult journalist whose books are published in both America and England, but they apparently don't sell well, unmarried. Notable works include The Fring of Ringgit and the Solar Crow, Her Month's Travels, and the Bon Appetit, the Phantom Gourmand series. What? You know, I'm not gonna lie. The third one actually is catching me off guard. I wonder if there's an actual series about that. Ironically enough, there is information about Phantom Gourmand, but there's no actual, detailed information. Apparently, it was also a TV series, too, huh? This is really funny, though. I really like that title. Bon Appetit, the Phantom Gourmand series. That is really funny. Although a grown man, he still has certain naive boyishness to him, most evident in his passion for romantic tales and appetite for chasing his dreams. However, this also comes with an equivalent amount of immaturity, making him somewhat troublesome to deal with. He believes that most any circumstances he finds himself in will sort itself out, an optimistic creed that often sees him casually throwing himself into different situations, and he remains impressively unbothered even on those occasions he does find himself in trouble, often managing to slip out of danger with nary a dent in his usual carefree attitude. That he's made it thus far unscathed is largely owed to sheer luck, although he remains blissfully unaware of this. He's currently in Japan seeking mermaid flesh, which is believed to grant immortality. His reason is simple, a fascination with the occult, a pursuit he feels is worthy of devoting his entire life to. Indeed, he is primarily driven by his pursuit of romantic ideals. If he finds something suitable and inspiring, he will readily risk his life for it, and is willing to change his views just as quickly for the same. Obvious interest in the occult was born when he discovered his great-grandmother's vast collection of mysterious occult artifacts in the storage of his family home in America. Among them was a mermaid mummy, which yielded a mysterious map when taken apart, a discovery which captivated his imagination and led to his current quest. Isn't this the map that they were actually talking about? Dry by lurking. Hi, Lark! Thank you for the hydrate. This great-grandmother happened to be a relative of the main Lunar Light family in England, albeit one who had chosen not to succeed the family estate. After discovering this through independent research into his lineage, Abi made contact with the Lunar Light family and continued to maintain a secret correspondence with them to this day.
Interesting. Also, Lark, thank you for the hydrate. I was actually starting to get parched. I was planning on drinking anyways, but thank you for reminding me. Alrighty. Well. But then would such mermaids be so easily trapped by simple fish nets? I thought them most cunning than that, but perhaps these fish mermaids are in fact nothing more than simple sea creatures. Okay. Let's talk about this place.
Kawagi Town might be located right next to the Mie Prefecture's modern capital, Sioux City, but there's something you have to keep in mind. This was also the birthplace of Heike, a branch of the Heian Imperial pre-minted Tairan. If you're going to talk about Ise Providence, then you absolutely have to mention the Heike.
I do have a passing understanding of the topics. The Heike took part in the Genpei War, correct?
That's right. That was the war in the Heian period where two great samurai families, the Minamoto and the Taira, locked horns and really got into it. Among the Heike, Taira no Kiyomori was a particularly famous figure who appears in many creative works concerning the events. His father, Taira no Tadamori, was the one responsible for securing the Heike high social standing.
So Tadamori was Kiyomori's father, right? With names like that, how can anyone hope to keep them straight?
That's history for you. I'm afraid you just have to memorize them.
I suppose you're right about that. Then memorizing them, I shall!
Apparently, Tadamori was born in Sioux City in a place called Ubushima.
Ah, so that's why they call this area the birthplace of the Heike. Sioux City, a city located in the center of the Ise Plain and the capital of Mie Prefecture, so it's just roughly around in this general area right here. Previously known as Annotsu, Sioux City has served as a port town since the Heian period, after which it continued to flourish as an important port city for Japan. Sioux City is also known as the birthplace of the Heike. The Ubushina area in its suburbs is said to be where Taira no Kiyomori's father, Taira no Tadamori, was born.
This is the metropolitan Sarah Mie and a locus of historical events. I guess that makes it a perfect place to start a new journey.
Did not mean to accidentally press her body. I was actually trying to click her face. Let's talk about the Betsuo mermaids. Can we get back to those mermaids you mentioned? What became of the three that were caught in the fisherman's net?
At the time, the lord of the area was Taira no Tadamori. You didn't already forget him, did you?
Well,
the fisherman thought the mermaids were a fascinating find, so he placed two of them into boxes and presented them to Tadamori.
oh, Lord Tadamori must have been well pleased by that. How could he not be? It was known that eating the flesh of a mermaid grants eternal life.
Actually, Tadamori evidently said they were disturbing and gross and refused to accept them.
God, what a waste!
However, the fisherman cut up the remaining mermaid and ate it himself.
So, what happened to him?
Well, the fisherman said it was pretty tasty.
Well, now, tasty, is it?
And that's all I've got.
That's it?
That's all I can find in existing records.
Then the act of eating a mermaid's flesh alone may not produce any results. I suppose there may be other requisite conditions, wouldn't you say?
Well, considering the sheer number of eyewitness reports concerning mermaids, it is odd that there are more immortals walking around. There doesn't seem to be any records of what happened to the mermaids that the Tadamori refused to accept. I suppose it's possible someone in the Heike clan snuck off with them.
Now that's a hypothesis I can get behind.
And the Heike.
I put together an assortment of files concerning the Heike, so feel free to give them a look if you're interested.
You have my heartfelt gratitude.
Taira no Tadamori. This is the Yoshitoro Otogawa, the exemplary warrior Taira no Tadamori, adapted from the National Diet Library of Japan's official website. Taira no Tadamori, the father of the Taira no Kiyomori, an influential figure of the Heian period, was the man responsible for solidifying the social standings of the Ise Taira clan, and was notable for being the first samurai permitted to enter the imperial court. Entering the imperial court meant being granted access to the Tenjo no Ma, a chamber whose directly served to emperor performed their official duties. In an era where the warrior class was still considered of low status, a samurai rising to the level of court official was unprecedented.
The Ise Taira clan went on to extend its influence across various provinces, with the vast wealth gained through trade with the Song dynasty of China, solidifying its foundation. This significant influence was later inherited by his son, Kiyomori. Tadamori was said to have been a man of strong will and perseverance, yet despite the power he had amassed in his lifetime, he also said to have been modest and disinclined to indulge in luxuries. And then Nukemaru. Tadamori's sword, an heirloom passed down through the Taira clan. Originally named Kogarashi, it is said to have become known as Nukemaru when a giant snake emerged from a lake and made to swallow Tadamori whole as he lay resting. At that moment, Kogarashi, which Tadamori had left leaning nearby, slipped from its scabbard of its own accord and drove the snake away. The name Nukemaru derives from the verb nuku, meaning to unsheath, and reflects the sword extraordinary act of slipping from its scabbard on its own save to its owner. Nukemaru was later inherited by Tadamori's son, Yorimori, but after the downfall of the Taira clan, it's said to have changed hands several times and its whereabouts are currently unknown. Huh. And then we got the Mermaids of Betsuho. Or Betsuho. One time when Tadamori was visiting Betsuho in Ise province, 3 creatures with the heads of humans, the lips of monkeys, and the teeth of bodies of fish were caught in the local fisherman's net. Dubbing these creatures Ningyo, the original Japanese word for mermaids, the fisherman put 2 of them in a box that had washed up with them and presented them to Tadamori. However, Tadamori was unnerved by their appearance and refused to accept them. It is said that the remaining mermaid was caught up and eaten by the fisherman, who found them to be delicious.
Oh, there's one thing I should warn you about, though.
Oh?
This group sometimes gets referred to as Ise Taira as well, which might make things a little confusing. I'll go ahead and label it all as Heike.
Does it really matter? Are they basically the same thing?
Not exactly. You see, the term Ise Taira refers to the Taira clan as a whole because of its originating in Ise. On the other hand, people generally refer to the family within the clan that included Tadamori and Kiyomori as simply the Heike. Their family features prominently the stories we're interested in, so I use Heike most of the time. Plus, it has a nice ring to it.
Either works for me, so do as you like.
Aye, Crypty. The Tales of Heike also use Heike.
You're awfully particular about this, but I rather like that kind of fastidiousness.
Anyway, after a number of events, the Heike would go on to lose the Battle of Danoura and be completely eradicated.
Ah, I believe I know this one. Danoura is found in Kyushu, is it not?
Bingo! The clan was chased out of Kyoto and pushed further and further west until they were eventually wiped out there.
It pains me to think such representatively glorious clan meeting such an dominous end. More's the pity.
That's why the Heiken's resentment is particularly strong, and many remnants of it remain even today. Shrines and monuments have even been erected throughout the land in an attempt to quell that resentment.
Ah, now we've reached your particular field of expertise.
Because the clan fell from such an exalted position so abruptly, that resentment is exceptionally persistent and quite pervasive. That said, famous places related to people like Taira no Kiyomori are well attended by worshippers, so they're relatively stable. It's the puffed up and pretentious Heike clan members that no one even remembers who caused the most trouble.
I seem to recall a number of individuals going so far as to claim that those outside of the Heike clan could not even be considered human. But if that's the case, are we really safe here? You don't think we might find ourselves assailed by these lingering grudges?
Much of Ise province is protected by shrines, and the area suffers with spiritual energy, so we are probably safer here than most places. But that's just the land itself. Objects or people that the resentment has seeped into are a different story altogether.
That's somewhat troubling to hear.
Huh. Okay.
Well, either way, you look at it, the region is still home to many places and things associated with the Heike.
Excellent. I believe I've gotten a grasp of the situation at hand. It's time we made our way to the next locale. We're on the clock after all.
Let's get to it.
What do we got?
Honjo Town. Interesting.
Well, it would seem that we arrived, and where are we now, Sissy?
This is an area in Honjo Town known as Kusawa. Kusawa is quite famous because of the Yalbukuni legend. I'd be surprised if there was anyone who hasn't heard of it.
I'm sorry to say I've never heard of it.
Wait, really?
Calm now, don't act so shocked. You can't expect me to know every little thing, and besides, I'm not even from this country. The very reason I requested you to be my guide was so you could teach me about things like this.
I guess that's true. Okay, I understand.
I'll be counting on your explanations.
Honjo Town. Located in the Age district, so named during the events of the story, it has since been merged with City of Mie Prefecture.
How?
Sorry, I'm really hungry right now. I've been up since like 7 a.m., so... 6 a.m. rather. So... Located at the foot of Kyogamin, a mountain with a single 819-meter peak, the land surrounding it is rich in natural splendor, with multiple hot springs welling forth from the earth around it. From the Edo period until the Meiji period, it was known for being the primary place of production of sumoji, a delicate fabric woven in such a way as to be semi-transparent. Found a mockingbird! Look at this freaking pompadour. Wonder what this one's called. Lil Blue. Lil Blue. Woo!
Ah, the fabled beauty of the serene Japanese countryside. It really is charming.
Oh yes, the incessant energy of the locusts combined with the unrelenting heat. This is Japanese summer, all right.
It's fascinating to think that such a peaceful place could be home to such profound historical events. I'm practically cheering with excitement.
I can see that. Let's try to keep a cool head, shall we?
Ooh,
What's down there? Some sort of shrine?
the shrine is apparently dedicated to Sugawara no Michizane. We should go pay our respects before we leave.
If Yabikuni really did exist, I wonder what sort of life she led. I can't begin to imagine what it would be like to live for hundreds of years.
Alright, let's do the Legend of Yalbikuni.
The legend of Yalbikuni originated here in Kusawa, Honjo Town. Long ago, a 17-year-old girl named Osato lived in this village. She unknowingly ingested the meat of a mermaid that was served during a village gathering and became immortal. After subsequently being persecuted by the other villagers, she became a nun and made a pilgrimage around the entire country. At the end of the story, she eventually returned to this village and lived out the rest of her very long life.
Tales told in other parts of the country play out in almost exactly the same fashion.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yalbikuni. The tale of Yalbikuni, a bhikkhuni, fully ordained Buddhist nun, who acquired preternatural longevity after eating the flesh of a mermaid, can be found in almost every region of Japan. Although the exact details vary greatly between regions, they all share the same fundamental element. A girl who ate mermaid flesh lived for 800 years. The Yalbikuni legend passed down in Mie Prefecture is as follows. Ugh. Text-heavy based storylines are always so fun and entertaining because I can do a variety of different voices if I wanted to. Once upon a time, a beautiful girl by the name of Osato lived in Kusawa village One day when Osato was 17, the flesh of a mermaid was served as a village gathering. The other villagers, disturbed at the thought of eating such a strange creature, refused to eat it, but Osato unknowingly ate the mermaid's flesh. From that moment on, Osato didn't age a day. She was shunned by the other villagers and treated as a monster. She was eventually forced to leave the village. Becoming a nun, Osato would travel through the ranks and breathe of Japan for hundreds of years before eventually returning to Kosawa village, where her long life at last came to an end.
The legend of Yabikuni, the girl who ate the flesh of a mermaid and lived for 800 years, has been passed down all over Japan. Not only here in Mie Prefecture, Ano's town, but in Fukuoka, Aichi, and Gifu prefectures as well. In total, the story has been found in 121 locations in 28 prefectures throughout the country, or at least that's what certain researchers have indicated.
Doesn't that seem like a lot? Were there really that many different Yabikunis out there?
Obviously, not all of the legends can be true. But I actually have a theory on the subject. Would you like to hear it?
By all means.
Most of the legends refer to a woman who stopped aging and lived for 800 years after consuming the meat of a mermaid. At that point, because others would find it strange that she wasn't getting any older, she wasn't able to live in normal society anymore.
I suppose that would be natural. It would explain why she withdrew from the world and became a nun.
Exactly. And that's how she got the name Yao Bikuni, the 800-year-old Bikuni nun. With 800 years on her hands, she could have easily made a pilgrimage around the entire country.
How interesting. Buddhist priests are known for trekking through the land of a form of aesthetic training.
And if we consider the 121 locations where the legend was found, with 800 years to spare, she could have spent 6 years in each location. 6 years would certainly be enough time for her to make a name for herself in every location, right?
Ho ho, oh my dear, I believe I see what you're getting at. You also reports that the stories of Yabikuni that have been passed down in every corner of the country are all referred to the exact same individual.
Well, it might be a bit much to say that all of them are the same. There are many have been few different people. But it's more convincing that the theory that there were 121 people. I also think the Yabikuni of Wakasa province is most likely the origin of the legend.
I wonder. Don't all the different instances of the story throughout Japan also claim that particular location as her place of final rest?
That may be true, but I assume that each of the different places wanted to have a grave or some other tangible marker to base the legend on. But with so many people that are perpetrated to have lived for 800 years all die around the same time, it seems pretty unlikely.
Then you believe some of the tales were embellished somewhat?
That sort of thing happens all the time. Legends are always mixtures of truth and fantasy. Moreover, it doesn't make sense that every single immortal would decide to become a nun. There were likely some places that simply believed Yao Bikuni was the term for an immortal.
Rather than a nun, for all we know, she said, "I'ma be a nun of that," and became an Amma diver. But
That's actually pretty insightful. Many legends are based on simple semantic misunderstandings.
Now wait just a minute, I would have sat here and let my dumb joke actually become a salient point of discussion.
Let's drop it then.
But still, if one were somehow live for 800 years, a person that became immortal after the Kamakura period could still be alive today.
True. And if so, I'd love to sit them down for a long chat.
Can Kusawa's legend of Yabikuni really be true? There must be falsehoods and fictions mixed into the tale, surely.
Who knows? Ise Providence isn't that far from Wakasa Providence, after all. She may have simply walked here from there. The fact that the stories from each different area are so similar does make me wonder if they didn't get mixed together somehow.
Oh, you think the legend may have been an amalgamation of stories from various locations?
Exactly, but then again... The immortal in the story from this location has her own name, which gives the legend a certain verisimilitude.
Indeed it does.
I guess we can assume that a girl with that name really did live here long ago. Then something must have happened to make people believe she had become immortal. It's reasonable to assume her story then got mixed up with various legends of Yao Bikuni from around the country before being passed down.
Of course, the exact timing of these events is still unclear, but that does present an interesting possibility. She could very well still be living in this village. Wouldn't that be a compelling development?
Leave it to an occult writer to think up something like that.
That's right! You're seeing the prodigious imaginative power of a fantasy author in action!
Yes, it's really something. But the fact of the matter is that almost no traces of Yao Bikuri remain in this village. Even her grave, which is referred to as Lady Yao's tomb, has never been located.
But then, did we come all this way for nothing?
Well, it might not have been a correct connection, but there is something one should always consider when discussing Ise. The Tales of Ise. Have you heard of it? It's the oldest extant collection of Japanese verse compiled sometime during the Heian period.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with it. But I have heard the tales of the Genji and the tale of the Heike. Is there anything like those?
Well, those were also stories written during the Heian period, but that's where the similarities end. Nice try, though.
Well, they sound similar enough anyway.
Don't worry, I'm not an expert on the subject either. Basically, this collection of verse elaborates on a number of waka poems by giving accounts of events surrounding each one. The entire collection of 125 passages is referred to as the Tales of Ise. That's easy enough to remember, no?
The Tales of Ise is a collection of short stories. Check!
One more thing. The title might be The Tales of Ise, but the content isn't all that focused on the actual area.
What's this now? Are they intentionally attempting to confuse and belittle us?
Oh, 1 second, I got a phone call. Sorry about that. Brother called out of his son and said he was going to head over to the urgent care that was actually close to my place. Called me, just informed me about everything. Apparently he's starting to lose his throat. Oh, and it's starting to get worse and worse. He hasn't gotten anything, fixed about it, so yeah. Anyways.
What's this now? Are they intentionally attempting to confuse and bewilder us?
Some believe the title comes from the fact that the passage 69 is set in Ise Providence. At any rate, I decided to bring it up because it does have at least a slight bearing on the topic at hand. If you're keen to learn more, I'll add more detailed information to the files.
Why, thank you. I'll be sure to read them through later.
Fairy Gamba. What's with the Fairy Gamba, Crypty? The Tales of Ise. How long is this? Wow, there's only a few that actually talk about stuff. And okay. Let's go ahead and just go through it then. The Tales of Ise, a collection of verse or Utamonogatari, sought to be the oldest surviving work in Japan. It's particularly well known for the opening sentence of many of its prose passages. Long ago there was a man. Believed to have been compiled in the Heian period, is greatly influenced in the literature of the era, including famous works such as The Tale of the Genji. The central figure of the narrative is speculated to be a fictionalized version of Ariwara no Narihara, a poet of the Heian period, with the prose passages serving as a biography for the character. Both the author and its exact date of publication are unknown. References: The Tale of the Ise Emiki Scroll, adapted from the Integrated Collections database of the National Institutes of the Cultural Heritage. The narrative spans 125 episodes, which vary in length from a few lines to several pages. It's covered the life of a man from his coming of age to his death and focuses primarily on the protagonist and the people around him, particularly his romantic dalliances with women. Some of its most famous episodes are summarized below. Uikobori, Episode 1. Having come of age, a man sets out on a ceremonial falconry excursion where he catches sight of two beautiful sisters. Infatuated, he cuts off the sleeves of his robe, inscribes a waka poem on it, and sends it to them. Episode 6, Akutagawa. A man, having finally succeeded in stealing away a beautiful noble woman, flees with her to a warehouse where they take shelter from the rain. However, the man discovers in the morning that she has disappeared, devoured by a demon that inhabited the warehouse. Whoa. Episode 9, Azumakudari. Feeling despondent about his future, a man embarks on a journey to the east with a group of friends. In Mikawa Province, he catches sight of some beautiful flowers and reflects on how far his journey has brought him, and recites a poem. In Suruga Province, he sees snow on the peak of the Mount Fuji, contemplates the passage of time, and recites a poem. In Musashi Province,
He spots an unfamiliar bird on the shores of the Sumida River, recalls his wife and hometown, and recites a poem. His friends all weep upon hearing the latter, moved by his feelings for his faraway home. Episode 23, Susui Zutsu. Close friends from childhood, a man and a woman exchange poems and are wed, but when the man prepares to travel to faraway Kawaichi province to visit his other lover, the woman displays no hint of displeasure as she sees him off on his journey. Suspicious of her actions, the man hides in their garden and watches as his wife makes herself up as beautifully as she can, but when she then sits and recites poem out of concern for her traveling husband, he feels a profound shame and decides not to go to Kawaichi. That's fucking funny. Episode 69, nice Hari no Tsugai. Having been sent to Ise Prominence to hunt a game, Amanda is received with great hospitality by the Imperial princess serving as priestess at Ise Shrine. Attracted to each other, the two attempt to meet in secret but can find no opportunity to speak intimately. Although they promise one another to meet the following day, it is not meant to be. The two exchange poems of farewell before the man sets out to continue his journey. And then last but not least, episode 95. Ow! Hikoboshi. Having fallen in love with a woman who serves in the imperial court, a man finally manages to meet her after patiently waiting for the right moment. However, the two are still separated by a screen. The man recites a poem to her, proclaiming that his love for her is greater than even than Hikoboshi's love for Orihime. He compares the screen separating them to the Milky Way that separated the two legendary lovers. Moved by his words, the woman removes the screen, allowing them to finally meet face to face. Huh. Interesting.
There's one other thing we can learn from the Tales of Ise. Adding the tale up to a book title really classes things up. You should keep it in mind. It was apparently all the rage during the Heian period.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. My next work is certainly going to be a tale of. Well, then I suppose that brings this particular subject to a close. On to the next. No rest for the wicked, I say. Time to tackle the next mermaid myth.
Sure.
What kind of mermaid myths are he thinking of? Just begs the question, you know?
Alrighty then.
I guess that's all that we can do about out of town. So now we're heading to Futamigura. Wait a minute, this is where we actually found the body in that one storyline.
And here we find our next subject of inquiry. What place might this be, my dear?
This is Futamigura, the coastline that lies beside Futami town. It's just over from Ise City.
Ah, then we finally penetrated the outskirts of Ise City proper. Things are certainly beginning to heat up. I inferred that Ise City was the prefectural capital from the fact that Mie Prefecture was once known as Ise Province. Not bad, eh?
Well, I can understand how you would arrive at that conclusion. But the truth is, Mie Prefecture is composed of 4 separate provinces: Ise, Shima, Iga, and Ki.
Ah, is that so?
But that doesn't change the fact that Ise City is regarded as the spiritual capital of Japan, making it a very important location.
Very interesting. But the sun has already begun its steady descent, so perhaps we should pick up the pace a bit.
Bird. No bird.
Futamigura Sea is famously said to purify the body. So many visitors to Ise Shrine come here as well. The scenic beauty of the location has even been featured in poems from antiquity.
It certainly is easy on the eyes. The strands of pine trees along the shore make for quite the striking image.
To make it even better, the embankment we're standing on offers a 360-degree view of Ise Bay.
It makes you want to get out on the very edge to take it all in.
It really does. Being surrounded by the bay like this is such an enchanting feeling. What a breathtaking view.
Of course, I have my own reasons for trying to locate the mythical creatures, but for now I intend to scout this island in order to learn as much as I can about the lore and legends. As far as the girl is concerned, I suppose I could consider a guardian of sorts. Even so, I often find myself caught up in her pace and completely thrown off guard. If anyone should be shaking things up around here, I'd be me. Yep. So, does this place have any legends featuring mermaids?
It does. A record called the Kagenki was written by people at the Horyuji Temple, and after the Kamakura period. In that record, there are a total of 6 instances of information concerning mermaids.
6, eh? That's certainly promising.
One of those entries describes the sightseeing here in Futami, Ise Province, on April 3rd during the second year of the Enbun era, which would be 1357.
So they even know the exact date. How fortuitous!
The passage is as follows. From the sea of Futami and Ise Province came Enmeiju, delivering perpetuity.
So, what exactly does that mean?
My guess is that a mermaid was spotted in the sea by Futami and it was named Enmeiju, meaning health and long life, because it granted longevity.
Aha! It granted longevity, did. Finally, we're getting to the good stuff.
Yes, it's another account relating to mermaids to Yabikuni. Seems the idea of mermaids granting immortality has already been established at that time.
Indeed. And now we even have a name. So what sort of mermaid was this, and what became of it?
No clue.
Again with the vague records! These people write down an appearance of some fantastical creature, and then just let it wander off!
I haven't personally gone over every bit of research on the matter, but I can speculate on an answer. Records of mermaids in other places also often refer to them by name. In fact, many not have been all uncommon for the people in the area to encounter them when these records were written.
Let me see if I follow your meaning. The same mermaid would appear repeatedly, leading people into the area to grow accustomed to it. Am I on the right track?
Exactly. I mean, you wouldn't bother giving a name to something you only saw once after all. These people have even come to have a kind of rapport with the mermaids. At the very least, it doesn't appear as though they were trying to capture any.
Mermaids that people didn't want to capture? Then they weren't seeking its flesh. Perhaps there was a way to obtaining immortality even without the meat.
Maybe mermaid meat really was just tasty and nothing more. And if that were the case, then it makes perfect sense that they would view the mermaid as a divine creature.
So they treated it as an auspicious being that blessed others with long life. You may be onto something there.
This makes me think of the theory you mentioned about how there might be 2 different kinds of mermaids.
Oh, you remembered. I stand by my theory. There's the fish mermaid, which looks more like an aquatic monster or beastie, and the human mermaid, which resembles a demi-human or nymph.
Indeed. That's the simplest way to describe it anyhow. Assuming the mermaid in question had a name, formed relationships with humans, and granted longevity, it stands to reason it was of the human mermaid variety.
You have a point. The mermaids we've encountered thus far have all been caught in nets and appear to be more like fish mermaids.
It seems more likely, then, that the mermaids who grant longevity are actually these human mermaids.
Interesting. That in turn would suggest... My word. Would this mean that one could become immortal without eating their flesh?
I'm not sure. There are countless legends that reference the need to consume their flesh. But I can't help but feel like there's more to it. If human mermaids are capable of communicating with us, I'd really like to speak to one.
Agreed. Speaking of which, this is entirely unrelated, but there's something I've been wondering. Do you mind?
What? But our conversation was just getting good!
Protest all you like, but I shall ask anyway. On our way here, I noticed a certain something adorning the entrances to everyone's houses. What was that?
Oh, right. Those are Somen Shorai talismans.
Somen Shorai?
Yes, although in most of Japan they're usually only hung up around the New Year, but here in the Ise Tobashima region, they're traditionally left up all year long.
Interesting.
I can add more detailed information to the files for you later.
Somen Shorai, a type of talisman described with the characters Somen Shorai Shisum, meaning descendant of Somen Shorai. These talismans come in a variety of forms, ranging from smaller objects, such as paper slips, wooden tags, or hexagonal wooden charms, to larger objects such as hoops made of entwined miscanthus reeds or shimenawa, sacred ropes used for ritual purification. These talismans are generally placed at the doorways of households as a prayer for sound health and to ward off illness. Many households in Ise Shima place Somen Shorai talismans at the entrance to their homes, usually in the form of paper slips or shimenawas. Although most families in Japan only put shimenawas up during the New Year, the Ise Shima they are kept up whole year round, being replaced once a year on New Year's Eve. The word Somen Shorai originated from the name of the central figure in the legend as the same name. Although many versions of the tale exist throughout Japan, the tale is generally told in Ise Shima as follows. On New Year's Eve, the deity Gozu Tenno sets out to court the princess of Ryugu. However, when night fell, he found that none of the nearby inns had a spare room to offer him, and so he turned the two brothers who lived by the sea for hospitality. The wealthy younger brother, Kontan Shorai, turned him away despite having the means to accommodate him. The elder brother, Somen Shorai, welcomed Gozo Tenno into his home, even though he lived in poverty. Pleased by the simple yet heartfelt reception he had received, Gozo Tenno rewarded this hospitality by sparing only Somen Shorai from a plague that raved the area the next year. Ever since, it is said that hanging a wreath of miscanthus reeds and a charm declaring oneself to be a descendant of Somen Shorai from one's waist will offer protection from plagues and illnesses. This tradition has survived to the present day, where such charms are now used as talismans for good health and well-being. Huh, interesting.
Ah!
What is it? What is it? Now you're making me antsy!
I could have sworn I thought there was like somebody over there or something.
Come now, Cersei, you realize something about those Somen Shorai, didn't you? You must share!
No, nothing like that. It just made me think about how close this area is to the Eternal World.
Is it? What does that mean?
You'd already know this from his files, but regarding the Somen Shorai, its origin goes back to a legend about the deity Gozo Tenno, who was courting the princess of Ryugu.
Ryugu, you say?
That's right. Ryugu is close to this place. In other words, that place is very close to the Eternal World. Yes. And furthermore, Gozo Tenno was also the guardian deity of the Gion Shoja temple. The reason him Gion Shoja, who gets mentioned in our good old friend, the Tale of Heike.
So it is! What was it again? From the bells of the Gion Shoja echoes out the impermanence of all things, right? Sounds so cool that even I memorized it. Haven't got a clue what it means though.
Yes, that's the one. As for its meaning, you can look it up yourself.
Fine, fine. So what you're saying is, Ise Shima is a land with deep ties to both Ryugu and the Heike. And that is exactly why Somen Shorai tradition is so well established here.
Ah, that reminds me. There's something about Ryugu's princess that keeps bothering me as well.
She certainly is mysterious,
That reminds me. About Futamigura.
Dear me, how time flies when listening to your lectures, Cersei. The sun has already gone down.
I suppose I got carried away. Sorry.
Well, if that results in such a lovely view of the sea at night, I'm not complaining.
You're right. Just look at all the stars.
Ah.
Huh. What the hell? Why is this one pulsating compared to the others? That one's still, that one's also still.
But look, the heavens are entirely enveloped in a shower of dazzling pink pricks of light. What a sight to behold! Would you happen to be versed in constellations, Cersei?
Well, I've definitely been in astrology, so I guess I know a thing or two.
Excellent, do tell.
if we consider the constellations you can see in Japan during summer, the first one that comes to mind is the Summer Triangle. It's an easy one to find.
Triangle, eh? Then I presume it's made up of 3 stars?
Correct. Vega in the constellation Lyra, Denham in the constellation of Cygnus, and Altair in the constellation of Aquila. The trio of bright stars can be observed close to the Milky Way in this season.
What? I want to see. How do we go about identifying them?
Well, first, low in the southwestern portion of the sky, look for a star that glows red. Antares of the Scorpio constellation.
Southwest, you say? From here, that would mean facing inland and looking to the right.
Okay, try to find a red star low in the sky and point to it.
Let's see. Summer Triangle. Possibly the most famous of the summer constellations, the Summer Triangle is formed by connecting Vega in the constellation Lyra, Denham in the constellation Cygnus, and Altair in the constellation Aquila. Vega and Altair are also said to represent Orihime and Hikoboshi, the 2 central figures of the Tanabata legend. The romantic imagery of the star-crossed lovers separated by the Milky Way has captivated people's imaginations since time immemorial. How to find the Summer Triangle? The Summer Triangle is visible in the sky almost directly overhead around August. Start by facing southwest and looking low in the sky to find Antares, the bright red heart of the constellation Scorpius. From there, look straight up and you should spot Vega near the zenith. Wait, I do believe I found it! The star just there with the reddish tint. That must be Antares, yes?
Correct! That is indeed Antares, the brightest star in the Scorpio constellation.
Aha! I found it all by myself. Why, I make quite the celestial cartographer if I do say so myself.
I hate to rain on your parade, but you were supposed to be looking for a star in the Summer Triangle, so please try again.
He gaps, that's right!
Why not try and looking straight up from Antares? I bet you'll find Vega in the sky zenith. Give it a shot.
There, that must be it.
Bingo! That's Vega, one of the 3 stars in the Summer Triangle. In Japan, Vega is also called Orihime Star and is famous for its connection to the Tanabata festival.
Then that must mean Hikoboshi will be on the opposite side of the Milky Way from that one.
Exactly right. Can you figure out which one it is? One of the other stars in the Summer Triangle is in the same area, so you can find it.
The fuck is this one? Eureka! I've spotted it!
Oh, that's Altair, one of the 3 stars in the Summer Triangle. Part of the Aquila constellation, Altair is known in Japan as Hikoboshi for its role in the Tanabata Star Festival.
Oh, that means I managed to spot both Orihime and Hikoboshi. It's as if I've drawn the 2 star-crossed lovers together with my own hand. How overjoyed they must be.
Yeah, nice work. I didn't expect you to be such a romantic. There's still another star in the Summer Triangle to find. Might be hard to see because of the angle.
Right you are. It certainly is a bit tricky to see something directly above you. So, what's this then? That one?
That one does stand out, but I'm afraid that's Arcturus, the Boat's constellation. Plus, you're looking in the wrong direction.
God, how utterly mortifying.
Aw, are you that upset?
Huh. Whoa. Let's see. There. Interesting. What's this one? If my eyes is discerning, as I believe it to be that one.
Oh, nice. Fine. That's Denham, one of the 3 stars in the Summer Triangle. Denham lies within the Milky Way, which earns its nickname Milky Way Star.
It does indeed appear to be swimming nicely along that starry stream. There, I've located all 3 stars of the Summer Triangle. How do you like that?
Good work. Now you mastered the summer skies. Should I start addressing you as Professor?
That's me. Feel free to rely on my knowledge.
Alright then, tell me what is another name for the star Hikoboshi.
It's a good thing I have these files with me. Alright, let's see. I think it's underneath Culture and Society? Yep, Summer Triangle. Hikaboshi is also known as Altair.
That's right. Well done, Professor.
Whew! I mean, nothing to it! Regardless, we've seen all there is to see in Fukamiyagura I've seen so far to call this a wrap. I think that covers all the mermaid legends for Mie Prefecture, but is there anywhere else here you keen to visit, Cersei?
What? We haven't even visited Ise Shrine yet. If you ask me, we barely scratched the surface.
Ah, you've got a point there, but it's getting late, so let's save that for tomorrow, shall we?
Alright.
The next day... give me one quick second. I have some IRL stuff I need to do. Alright, now that I got that all taken care of, save real quick. Mount Asama. Let's see about this one then. Wow, that's the view. Wow, talk about a gorgeous view.
It is something, isn't it? This is Mount Asama's observation platform to overlook Toba City on one side and Ise City on the other.
So that's Toba City over there, eh? What's Toba got going for it?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind when thinking about Toba is... Toba Castle! Built in the Sengoku period by none other than the pirate daimyo, Lord Kuki, who had one time led the Kuki naval fleet.
Oh, that's more exciting than I anticipated.
As for the Tobashima era, it's famous for having the highest population of alma divers in Japan.
Aha, I knew there'd be something touristy. What a fantastic blend of culture and history. Mount Asama. Mount Asama straddles the border between Ise City and Toba City and is also known by its official name of Asamagatake. Part of the Ise-shima National Park, it was selected as one of the 100 landscapes of Japan, a listing of famous scenic sites gathered from across the country. Kongo Shoji, a temple located on the southern peak of Mount Asama, was built to protect Ise Shrine from the northeast, traditionally regarded as a spiritually vulnerable direction. Perhaps as a result, many worshippers who visit Ise Shrine also make the journey to Kongo Shoji. The observatory at this peak of the mountain offers a sweeping view of Toba City and the many islands that dot Ise Bay. Well, it is a very pretty area, but is there any birds? Bird. Lady.
Apparently, Mount Asama's peak site at 555 meters above sea level, so it's not that high. But as it's situated at the tip of the Shima Peninsula, it offers a magnificent view of Toba Bay's coastline and the outlying islands.
Since we stopped by the shrine this morning, I assumed we'd take the mountain path. All I can say is this place takes my breath away. She's been packed and ready to venture forth since the early hours of the morning, though I myself beat her to the punch, having been too excited to sleep a wink at night! Sir, are you sure you're just not having a very unhealthy situation of trying to find mermaids and stuff? From what I hear, lots of the inns in Toba are run by alma divers and fishermen. I can't wait to dig into some seafood tonight!
First off, you should know that the naval troops in the Sengoku period were basically just pirates.
Pirates, eh?
Yes, they would put together crews of rowdy sailors and arm them to the teeth and have them patrol a designated area of the sea. They only eventually served under their commander as a naval force when there was a battle.
So that's what the Navy was like back then, A ragtag bunch of pirates only called on to do their duty in time of needs.
Exactly. In fact, such forces only came to become navies during the Edo period, and that was purely a matter of convenience. As for the Kiku Navy, it was one of the pirate bands patrolling the waters of Ise Bay. A man named Kiko Yoshitaka was its commander, hence the name. He's distinguished himself in the service of Oda Nobunaga and Toyotomi Hideyoshi, eventually rising to the position of daimyo of Shima Province. That's why they call him the pirate daimyo. He started as a lowly pilot but rose all the way to the top of the chain of command.
Did you say Oda Nobunaga? Him I've heard of. He was the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, no?
True, but that's the title he gave himself.
Still a pirate and a daimyo. What an enchanting combination!
That may be, but he wasn't blessed where allies were concerned. It seems he was always butting heads with his relatives.
Oh?
For one thing, he may have had his nephew Sumitaka assassinated in order to take over the Kuki clan. He also fought on the opposite side of his own son, Moritaka, in the deceit battle of Sekigahara. And in the end, spurred on by his vassals, he committed suicide on Toshijima, that island over there. So while Kuki became daimyo of Shima Province, his land was confiscated during his son's rule and the clan fell into decline.
Life's truly full of ups and downs. How the mighty do fall. He must have been quite a character.
That reminds me, there's another fascinating legend related to the Kuki clan.
Oh, do tell.
It's about Kuki Yoshitaka's nephew, Sumitaka. He had an extraordinarily beautiful daughter named Princess Hatsune.
Hatsune Miku?
I had to make the joke, I'm sorry. I had to make the joke.
I dare say I know where this is going. Whenever a legend starts with a beautiful daughter, it inevitably ends with trouble.
You're not wrong there. Princess Hatsune was so beautiful that she saw no ends of suitors, and her father sought to marry her off to achieve his political ends. But the princess already had a lover, so she fought against her father's plans and even ran away several times, only to be brought home.
I knew it! Alas, that's what life was like for the daughters of the powerful figures in those days.
Well, Princess Hatsune laminated her fate. Must I be cursed with such misfortune merely for my beauty? And she didn't stop there. May no beautiful daughter be born to this land again! Such was the curse she left behind before throwing herself down a well. And so ends the legend.
Not what I call a happy ending. The princess may have had good intentions, but I'm sure no one else felt she was doing them any favors.
Good intentions? That isn't how I interpreted it.
Well, what's your take on the story then?
When authority figures try to force other people's hands, they bring these things upon themselves. It's just asking to get cursed.
Fair enough, I see your point.
Still, the princess did take it a bit far. To me, though, it almost feels like that part was tacked on later. As if someone thought it would make the story more impactful, and that word of it would travel further if the princess killed herself at the end.
Oh, if you're right, that would change the story completely.
But there is something else that interests me more. Sumitaka became head of the Kuki clan in 1560, but he was so young that Yoshitaka had to be appointed as his guardian. His exact age at the time isn't known, but the common belief is that he was about 8 years old.
Nothing unusual there. Premature inheritances were a common occurrence in those days.
But consider this. When Sumitaka died 24 years later in 1584, he would have been 32 years old.
Yes?
Even if we suppose that Princess Hatsune was 15, their age doesn't quite add up, do they?
Age differences weren't so much of a point of consonant back then, but even so, that is a bit odd.
Which begs the question, did Princess Hatsune really exist to begin with?
And even if she did, was she really Sumitaka's daughter?
Inaga Magatama was unearthed at this place where the princess was supposedly buried. But that could easily have been planted there to lend credibility to the tale.
Well, once you start doubting, it's hard not to see his lies everywhere.
True, and the pursuit of unknown starts with belief, doesn't it?
Well said.
A certain good cult researcher taught me that one.
You don't say.
Kuke / Princess Hatsune.
Too much hydrate.
Let's see. Illustration of the Cookie Flea at Busan, adapted from the University of Tokyo Kamaba Library Collection. Neat. The Cookie Clan, the pirates who became feudal lords. During the Sengoku period, Shima Province was home to a number of local clans, among which the Cookie Clan was one of the many pirate clans operating in Ise Bay. However, things changed when Kuki Yoshitaka correctly read the changing tides and allied himself first with Oda Nobunaga, and then Toyotomi Hideyoshi, two powerful figures of the era. Rising to prominence as commander of the Kuki Navy, he became the feudal lord of Shima Province, founding Toba Castle as his base of operations. Excuse me. While Yoshitaka was in the service of Nobunaga, the head of the Kuki clan, he was his nephew, Sumitaka, with Yoshitaka serving as his advisor. Despite his position, Sumitaka was little more than a puppet lord and died young, reportedly due to illness just 2 years after the Hono-ji incident. However, some theories suggest that he was actually poisoned by Yoshitaka as part of a scheme to seize control of the family. And the legend of Princess Hatsune. Kuki Sumitaka's daughter, Princess Hatsune, was said to have been a woman of great beauty. Sumitaka planned to marry her off as part of a political marriage. However, Princess Hatsune refused, saying that she had already promised her future to someone else. Upon learning that Princess Hatsune's beloved was a member of an enemy clan, Sumitaka was enraged and insisted that she marry the person he had chosen for her. Although Princess Hatsune made numerous attempts to escape in order to be with her lover, she was caught each time and forced to return home. Despairing of her fate, Princess Hatsune eliminated her beauty, blaming it for her predicament before throwing herself down a well in her sorrow. As she did so, she prayed with her last breath that no beautiful woman would ever be born in that land again, or so the legend goes. Despite the tale preserving as part of a local folklore, many questions about the accuracy of Princess Hatsune's legend remain, including Sumitaka's age at the time.
Oh, I just realized something. Kuki Sumitaka died or was assassinated exactly 400 years ago.
Is that significant?
It is! A special spiritual significance is attached to periods of 400 years. For instance, the cycle of death and rebirth supposedly lasts 400 years, and some stories claim that its soul endures for 400 years. Of course, 800-year immortals have twice that lifespan, but as you can see, 400 years is widely considered a good cutoff point.
So there's a chance something happened after 400 years.
Maybe. In any case, we should probably tread carefully here.
Sounds to me as if we're in the right place at the right time.
Amadives have a long history in the Tobashima region. Evidence indicates that the free divers have been fishing in the area since ancient times.
You don't say.
Most notably, it is said that Oben, who once presented an abalone to Yamato Hime no Mikoto, was the very first Amadiver. In fact, there is a shrine dedicated to Oben in Kuzaki that is considered a sacred place to Amadivers of the Tobashima region.
Is that so? She must have been truly legendary.
Moreover, there are several poems in the famous 8th century poetry anthology Manyoshu that depict the Amadiving in Shima Province. Amadivers also appeared in dozens of ukiyo-e forms, the Edo period. Clearly they were a popular theme.
It's quite incredible to think that their method of fishing has not only endured for so long, but has been recorded in such exquisite detail.
There is another point worth noting. Amadivers have long been likened to mermaids for their skill and grace. You can even argue that the Amadiver culture that is so deeply rooted in this place is interwoven with the region's mermaid legends.
Oh yes, there is a theory that the mermaids of the Ise Bay were simply Amadivers.
It does seem likely there's a connection between the two. I wouldn't be surprised if they were originators of the legend.
Perhaps, but I'd be beyond disappointed if that's all there is to it.
Oh. Right. By the way, there's another legend surrounding the Amadivers of the Tobashima region regarding something called the Tomokazuki.
The Tomokazuki?
It is believed that an Amadiver may encounter a copy of herself underwater who will then offer her an abalone. If she accepts, the Tomokazuki doppelganger will drag her to the bottom of the sea, never to be seen again.
Ah! Circe, please don't speak scary stories on me out of nowhere!
That's why the Amadivers of this area wear the Seimin and Dolmen symbols on their while they dive. It's a tradition that has continued right up to the present day. There must be some reason for it beyond pure superstition.
Interesting.
On another note, the Amadivers of the Tobashima region possess such exceptional diving skills that in addition to fishing, they also save people from drowning and fetch objects that have sunk to the sea floor right up until the Meiji area.
Well, it sounds as if they were true diving professionals.
Exactly. In fact, after Heike were defeated at Danodura and were lost beneath the waves.
Oh, we're back to the Heike already? I wasn't aware that was a connection.
Well, after that fateful battle, who do you think they sent to reclaim the legendary sword Kusanagi no Hosurugi from the seafloor? 2 Amadivers.
Aha! So their lost and found service were being employed even back then, eh?
And while they were diving, they came face to face with the vengeful spirits of the drowned Heike.
Seriously, please! You're going to give me nightmares!
At least that's what the depiction in the ukiyo-e entitled. In the Western Sea, the diving women encountered the Heike in the depths of the water.
Such a deep connection! To think the Heike were even once depicted with armor divers. They truly are a symbol of Iseshima region.
Yes, but the setting for that ukiyo-e is Dano-ura, which isn't anywhere near here. Still, it does go to show that Amadivers have held a deep connection to the sea for a very long time. And when we're talking about the Tobashima region, Amadivers are always going to be key players.
True, if you ask me, they should be brought up before the pirates.
Mind you, the Navy had a crucial role to play too.
Right, well, as fascinating as all of this has been, Cersei, I say it's high time we return to our primary topic of interest here.
Oh? And what would that be? Personally, now that we visited Ise Shrine, I'm more or less satisfied.
Tut. Cersei, you disappoint me. We didn't come here purely to chase legends, did we?
Aww, and here I was hoping we could move on to buying souvenirs next.
You know perfectly well that the true purpose of my voyage is nothing more or less than a treasure hunt!
Right.
Of course, I'm sure all this information we've been gathering will come in handy as well. First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move.
Treasure Hunt Part 1. After collecting information about mermaids and returning to their inn, Avi and Cersei have a meeting to plan for their next objective to treasure hunt. And then this one is arriving on Kamishima. So we have to do all of this first in order to get to there.
Now then, I believe it's time we discuss our strategy.
Sure. What do you mean by strategy?
It should be obvious, we must reflect on all we've learned if we want to move forward.
Don't mind me, I'm just looking to see if there's any birds.
This is the Murakoto Motoi. It's a small inn located in Toba. It's a laid-back inn that feels more like a private residence than a hotel thanks to the attentive staff. I could barely count all the different fresh fish we were served for dinner last night. I've not felt so full in a while. The door to our room outside is a hallway with a restroom and a wash basin for commercial use. Guests place their shoes in the cubbies at the entrance and wear slippers while inside the inn. Some of the notes I've taken, the information of them is not some substantive and likely of no use. My bag, a faithful travel companion of several decades. Light is passing through the windows. It's hot outside, so I'll leave them closed. Dried flowers. I suppose this is the embodiment of Japanese concept wabai wabai, or however you say it. I wondered yesterday as a Thursday might struggle to sleep on just a futon in a tatami room like this, but she looks well rested, so I suppose she's used to it. I, on the other hand, was too excited to get much sleep. Seems to me she knows her fair share of both useful and useless facts. It's time we get down to business, though. This is a sketch of the mermaid mummy that I found in our family's storage. Bringing it along would have been out of the question, so I settled on just bringing a sketch. Oh, that's right. I still haven't told Cersei why I'm searching for mermaids.
Oh? Is this a business card from the guy we met earlier?
It is! We managed to glean some surprisingly good information from that exchange. First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move. Pardon me, but would the lovely lady and handsome gentleman be willing to spare me a moment? Yes, the gentleman does have some time.
I suppose that makes me the lady then. Oh, it's you. You've been following for us for quite some time.
Huh? He has? For how long?
Since he is a grandchild, I believe.
Truly? Maybe you could try to keep me appraised of things like this in the future, Sissy? Ha ha ha! It appears I wasn't as stealthy as I thought. My apologies for the indiscretion. But you see, the two of you piqued my interest. Foreigners in Ise Bay searching for mermaids. Ah, you overheard everything? How embarrassing.
Avi, hollering won't lessen the embarrassment.
But how rude of me. I ought to introduce myself. I'm an event planner here in Ise City. My name is Kipe Ikoma. Ooh, fancy business card and everything. What a charming fellow. Let's see. Salsa planning, eh? And it says here you're the CEO? Haha, I'm actually the only employee, so the title doesn't mean much. I see. I apologize for the rudeness, but I actually just ran out of business cards of my own.
Did you ever have any?
I had heard you need to carry business cards to Japan if you want to avoid looking suspicious, but I still forgot to bring any. But the free-willing and forgetful man before you goes by the name of Arnav Barnum, a fancy author who is merely passing through. Do you believe me, or am I too suspicious? Without a business card for proof, the verdict is yours alone to make. So you're an author, Mr. Barnum. Please, call me Avi. This is Cersei. She has studied more Japanese history than even the average Japanese citizen.
It's a pleasure. If you like, I can list the top 100 of Ise's best features at any time.
Aren't you a delight? I was right to take an interest in the two of you. Huh. I'm gonna say this right now. His face literally screams bad guy. I would not be surprised if he was the guy that actually has the one curse involving slicing people in half, whatever it was called. Actually, do we have information on that? I need to double check that. That's the tale of Ise. Toba, Ijoku, Manasama, Tsucity, Bishono, Anotown, Kamashima. There's a tab for curses. Yeah, that's true. Simon and Doman, Tomokazuki, nope. Yabikune, Mermaid Mummy, Ryugu, 800-Year Immortal, Paranormal Affairs. Curse Stones. Psychic and Spirit Sense, Curse of the Raging Waves. That's the only one that may have information on. It might show up again when we continue with Yumeko's side of storyline. Kipe Okama, Event Service Coordinator, CEO, 26 years old. Jesus Christ, he looks so like he's seen some shit. Director of Salsa Planning. My brain immediately wants to autocorrect to Salsa Verte. Shout out to Ogama showing me one World of Darkness campaign.
A venture company primarily focused on planning and producing tourism promotions, events in Ise City. An ambitious young man, Kippei is both highly driven and extraordinarily tenacious when it comes to fulfilling his goals. He is currently planning a PR project themed on mermaids as a sightseeing attraction. About 6 years ago, with the support of wealthy tycoon Yoshiatsu Yamashina, Kippei moved to Ise from the countryside with nothing but the clothes on his back and an item making his fortune. He's one of the disciples. Okay. This aggressiveness won him Yamashina's favor, and after several years spent building up experience as his assistant, the tycoon granted Kippei an investment with which he started his current company. Although Yamashima could be said to be particularly strict with him, this is a reflection of the high expectations he has for his future. Kippei is often told that he looks old for his age, but as this means he is not taken lightly when doing business, he seems as an advantage. So once again, Yamashina is actually involved. So Yoshiatsu, Shinobu Wakamura, does not have any information when it comes to Ikoma, but it might update as we continue on with the storyline. Forgive me for my bluntness, but would you mind sparing me a few moments? I'd love to talk a little longer. I suppose that could be arranged. I thought she was totally absorbed in our sightseeing, yet she noticed we were being tailed. Impressive if I do say so myself. I'm not sure if I should trust him. Entertaining a weirdo might prove to be a pain. That said, he's also interested in mermaids. Perhaps we could get some information out of him. What do you think, Susie?
Feels like a scammer who targets foreign tourists.
Haha, quite the blunt one, aren't you, young lady? Gust of winds graze this lovely observation deck. So this young man is actually a CEO, though I'm not sure if I call him young. His gaze has a piercing quality to it, and there is something off about his smile. Everything about him feels older than he looks. I believe the oversized suits known as soft suits are currently quite popular in Japan. Perhaps he is trying to be taken seriously as a CEO. He certainly is putting a lot of effort into his appearance. The truth is, I'm currently planning a promotional tourism campaign for the Ise Shima region. I was thinking of using mermaid legends as the centerpiece of the campaign. Mermaids, huh? I am sure you are already quite aware of the mermaid legends of Ise Bay, yes? I thought we could hold events and exhibitions centered around such legends to attract tourists. I see. So that's why you were interested in mermaids. Additionally, the Ise Shima region is also famous for its pearls. I believe mermaids and pearls naturally complement one another.
True, there is also the famous legend that mermaids' tears turn into pearls when they are washed away by the ocean.
Oh, such a story would do wonders for driving tourism to the area. Does this project mean you are knowledgeable about mermaids of Ise then, Mr. Ikoma? I suppose it does. I know a fair bit. For example, there are some mermaid legends that most people have never heard of. Oh, do share. A long time ago, there was an island south of Kamashima known as Taishima. Have you heard of it? I'm afraid I haven't.
It rings a bell. It was also called Teishima by some.
That's absolutely right. It said that once upon a time, 3 mermaids lived on Taishima. Wow, 3 of them? Tell me, were they human mermaids or first mermaids? Human mermaids? Well, I suppose their upper bodies were human, so I suppose you could describe them as such. I see. Then that would separate them from the 3 mermaids discovered in Betsuo during the Heian period.
Oh? This is the first I've heard of this tale.
However, Taishima sunk about 400 years ago during a natural disaster. The mermaids seem to have vanished after that. What? That's such a shame. Regardless, it said that the 3 mermaids were named Sobe, Nagame, and Hayase.
So the mermaids were named too, huh? That definitely adds to the authenticity of the story.
Pardon me, Mr. Akoma. I never came across such concrete information. Where did you learn this?
I don't blame you for questioning my sources. I also haven't managed to find any record of this tale. You see, the story was passed down through word of mouth. As it turns out, there was a single man who managed to escape the island's destruction. His descendants have kept the legend alive. Aha, so it's one of those descendants you've heard the story from. That's right. They live a modest private life these days.
When the story comes straight from a descendant like that, it does lend in some credibility.
I would love to inquire deeper about these Taishima mermaids. If you don't mind, could you share the identity of this descendant you speak of? My apologies, but I'm afraid I cannot oblige. She is not the friendliest sort. Frankly, even I have trouble getting her to open up. No matter how many times I visit her, I always feel like I am only getting part of the story. I see. That's a real shame. Now, this may not be much consolation, but I have another interesting rumor from this descendant to share. Oh, I'm all ears. It concerns one of the rumored Taishima mermaids. It's said that a few decades ago, one of those mermaids turned human and now lives among us. No kidding!
She became human?
It does ring a bell, though. Why, that is exactly like the story of the Little Mermaid. What an exciting discovery!
You say this was only a few decades ago. That makes it quite recent. This former mermaid could even be walking among the people here as we speak.
If the story is true, then yes. However, I'll concede that even I find the story hard to believe. It is a little fantastical. By the way, may I ask why you're searching for Ise Bay's mermaids, Ivy? No particular reason, I just thought it'd be fun to wander through some sightseeing areas related to the mermaid folklore, that's all. I see. Well, since you've traveled all the way to Japan to sightsee, I'd love to ask you some questions. Was there anything missing from the areas you visited that you think might have made your trip more enjoyable? What about those photo spots you put your face in?
I know those, I love them.
Really? Are they that interesting? They're a Japanese tourism classic. It would be nice to see more of them.
Agreed. If I saw one, I would certainly take a photo with it. Oh, and please sell more of those little pin-out flags. I can't resist them.
I see. I truly appreciate the input, but perhaps things are fine as they are. Should you discover anything new regarding the area of mermaids, please let me know. Understood. We hope you'll do the same for us. Amazing, a brand new mermaid legend!
The real question is why?
Why?
There's a long history of people making up legends to drive tourism. Such stories linger on despite their veracity being entirely unverifiable.
I suppose. Is something the matter?
It's nothing.
It's nothing. Well, it's about time for us to get going. Yes, of course. Thank you, and I apologize again for taking so much of your time. Actually, since you've come all the way to Japan... If anything happens to you during your vacation here, or you need any help at all, please feel free to give me a call. I am quite familiar with all sorts of businesses in the area. For example, I could put you in touch with someone should you be looking to interview alma divers. Oh, really? That's very kind. You're not just saying it as a formality, are you? A free-spirited lad like myself will not hesitate to take you up for an offer like this. I will call you. Please do not hold back. I'll leave you two to your sightseeing. Please have a good time. Well, that's some information I was not expecting to actually obtain. How? If mermaids really did live on Taishima, it's certainly worth investigating.
This map looks quite old.
Exactly, it's also the precise reason I have come to Mie. To put it simply, this is no ordinary map. This is a mermaid treasure map.
A mermaid treasure map?
Allow me to explain. I found this mermaid treasure map in the family storage. I should explain it to Cersei. Porcelain ashtray that came with the room. Ashtrays like these are found just about anywhere, so one can take smoking without worries. That being said, I've noticed people outside still simply dropping their cigarettes on the ground. Well, I wasn't a smoker to begin with. I found this map in the old family storage. It was left behind by my great-grandmother.
Is she your great-grandma? If she's your great-grandmother, that would make her my great-grandmother's sister. I heard she was exiled from the Lunar Light family because of her eccentricities.
That's correct. She was quite fond of the occult and amassed a massive number of suspicious curios over her lifetime. As a child, I loved searching through the storehouse that held her collection. It was like a treasure hunt of wonders: a demon's tail, a yeti's bone, a book of black magic, Ogopogo's tooth, a piece of a USO, a crystal skull. I cannot vouch that any of it was authentic, but it was still so exciting to look through. It's no exaggeration when I say that this very storehouse is what led me to the path of becoming a fantasy author.
I suppose that's kind of formative experience an occult writer needs.
Just so, I have to thank my great-grandmother. She's the reason I could put food on the table. And among the items in that collection was this.
I see. A mermaid mummy.
Precisely. They were rather prevalent at the sideshows and the like all over the world in the 19th century. Mermaid mummies from Japan were quite popular because of their high quality. A number of them even made their way to Europe.
Huh.
This one probably made its way to the family sword around that time. It was probably passed from one seller to another until it ended up in my great-grandmother's hands.
How are you so sure it was made in Japan?
Well, you see, I gave this mummy a thorough investigation. I even took it apart. Sure enough, it was made of wood and paper clay. But lo and behold, I also found this map inside.
Truly? You found the map inside a mummy?
Whoever made it all those years ago must have snuck the map inside. I doubt my great-grandmother had the slightest idea it was even there.
That's an incredible discovery!
It is simply tantalizing, is it not? There's not a doubt in my mind that it will lead to a most thrilling discovery.
So then why did you call this a mermaid treasure map?
Well, it was inside a mermaid mummy, so it follows it must be a treasure map of sorts, no?
I see. Your enthusiasm has carried you quite a ways from home. I'm impressed.
Thank you. I've no doubt a treasure lies somewhere in Ise Bay.
What a shame there's no X to mark the spot.
Indeed, and this leads to our first conundrum. Any ideas how to decipher this map, Cersei?
Put me on the spot, why don't you? But it does look like something is written here. Do you know what it says?
Oh, that part. I actually did some research on that. Apparently it says, search the 95th.
Search the 95th? That sure makes it sound like it leads to a secret location of some sort.
Yes, and it must be related to mermaids. Aren't you just itching to find it?
You know it.
I knew it! I'm counting on you to help me solve the map's riddle.
Huh.
Oh, wait. I just remembered. You said you can douse, no? Can't you just douse for the treasure, then we can skip this whole map and riddle business altogether?
I apologize, but that's impossible.
Truly, but why?
Dowsing is usually used to find waterways, veins, and ores, and other such things. My dowsing, however, can be used to find people and objects imbued with spiritual power. However, I must be familiar with the spiritual power that I'm looking for.
I see. In other words, you wouldn't be able to find a treasure you've never seen or heard of.
Yes. The distance from which I can detect the source also depends on how strong the spiritual power is.
It's not quite the superpower I thought it was.
I say we've had enough of a diversion. Let's get back to investigating your map. I think we have had another diversion.
Let's take a good look. Before I picked that up, there was one more dialogue option, which was talk about the mermaid search. To be frank, I didn't just come here to solve the map riddle. My real goal is to find an actual mermaid.
Oh yes, I had a feeling that was what.
So you already knew! Exorcists sure have some keen instincts.
What will you do if you find a mermaid? Do you want to become immortal?
I suppose. Might as well, considering the trouble finding one will be.
Your reasoning is unexpectedly uninspired.
Simple though it may be, I find the idea quite romantic, akin to ascending to a new stage of humanity.
Sure, I guess.
I take it you disagree with my thinking, Cersei.
I fail to see why my opinion should matter here. What you do is your decision to make. Though I am not certain that an immortal can still be called human. Still, your decision is irrelevant to my duty, so I will try not to interfere. Actually, meeting an immortal would be a rare once-in-a-lifetime chance. Please transcend humanity and let me examine you.
I'd prefer if you didn't speak of me like a research specimen, but I'll overlook it for one now.
Though I do wonder if immortality would actually bring you any happiness. When you look at old folks' tales, it tends to be less of a blessing and more of a curse.
Jeez, don't say that after I already made up my mind and everything.
Well, I'm sure you'll be alright. If you tire of your immortality, you need only embark on a journey like a modern-day Yaobokuni.
That is one way to look at it, though I think the nun part might be an issue. Well, I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. There's no immortality to be held till I find mermaid flesh to bite into. So let's start there.
Understood. I'm also quite interested in finding a mermaid myself. Searching for just mermaid meat alone seems like a waste.
Agreed. The best way to go about this would be to find a living human mermaid. And I have no doubt that this map will lead us to a place that's related to mermaids and immortality.
This is just quite exciting.
Now this is what I call a true adventure. No matter the era, there's nothing better than a quest for the unknown.
Okay, that one's already cool. Hold on, then. Did I actually look at this poster yet? This is a poster advertising the island of Kamashima.
I'd love to pay a visit to a remote island like that. The name is intriguing too.
Ah, Kami means turtle, doesn't it?
It's a poster of Kamashima.
I just can't shake this weird feeling.
Why? Is there something wrong with the island or the poster?
The poster, I believe. Do you mind if I take a closer look? My hunch was right. There is a presence here.
Oh wait, come on, don't scare me like that.
Remove the poster.
Ready?
Yes, please proceed.
You sure? Because I'll do it. I really will.
There's...
Nothing telling what may happen.
Quit stalling!
Hey! Yoink!
Maginga, number 3, Dawn Hiron. I am so glad I decided to remove that poster then. Let's take a look at this map, shall we?
Oh?
Did you notice something?
It looks like something's written on the other side.
I see. I knew I must have missed something. I should carefully hold the edges when I want to look at the other side. So, do you recognize the symbol on the lower right?
It appears quite similar to Sanskrit. However, I don't recall a character like this one. It may be a mark unique to the cartography, like a signature.
If that's the case, it's irrelevant to our investigation.
I agree, though my opinion will change should we come across the symbol elsewhere.
The phrase "search the 95th" is written on the map around the location of Ise Providence.
Take a close look at the spots on the back of the map.
Oh, those? I dismissed them as a bunch of stains.
Do you really think that's all they are? Something about those spots feels familiar.
Eureka! Inspiration strikes! I figured it out!
It's a bit hard to see what you mean when looking at the back of the map. Can you point at the front?
You make a fair point. Maybe less inspiration struck than I first assumed. I assume they think more.
Map of the Ise Bay, judging from this condition, is quite old.
If I were to guess, I would say it's over 100 years old. No, perhaps even more than 200 years old. Wonder how old it really is.
Oh, you have got to be kidding me. That's actually really fucking cool.
Look closer. Isn't that Taishima?
You're right. It depicts an island to the south of Kamashima. It's safe to assume this map was made before Taishima sank then.
That makes it over 400 years old, and made during the Sengoku period. Incredible! Did you? Where is the treasure?
Point at the location on the map. It would be somewhere inside this triangulated area, wouldn't it? Hang on. Not that one. Is it the Heke? No. Oh! 935? No. Where is it? Is it the Tales of... No. That's the Mermaid Legends. Where the fuck is... Culture and Society... Ceremonies, traditions, and histories, where the fuck is it? Ise Bay Mermaid Legends? Nope, that's not it. Here we go. Episode 95, Hikoboshi. Having fallen in love with a woman who serves in the imperial court, a man finally manages to meet her after partially waiting for the right moment. However, the two are still separated by a screen. The man recites a poem to her, proclaiming that his love for her is greater even than Hikoboshi's love for Orihime. He compares the screens separating them to the Milky Way that separated the two legendary lovers. Moved by his words, the woman removes the screen, allowing them to finally meet face to face. And if we look at the summer triangle, if it's talking about Hikoboshi, they're talking about Aquila, so that means that the location is going to be right here. I've dove knows less is here. Behold!
Oh? And what makes you say so?
Why, it's simple. This is a very smart answer our riddle. Enter the name of the location. Hikoboshi. Hikoboshi. Allow me to explain. You see, the 95th in the riddle must refer to the 95th tale in the Tales of Ise. And the title of that tale is none other than Hikoboshi. Next, note how the Summer Triangle constellation is drawn on the back. The location of Hikoboshi, or Altair, corresponds to this very spot on the map.
Incredible! I should have expected nothing less. You truly are a genius, Avi.
Nothing compares to the rush of a breakthrough. Let's keep riding this high.
You figured it out in one go. Perhaps you really are chosen by the gods. Do feel free
to keep the praise coming. Avi's a genius. Solve the mystery of the map as Arnav Barnum. Huh. I actually got an achievement for that. Cool.
Even if we were to search the area on the map, it's in the middle of the sea. How are we supposed to search a place like that? Looking for an unknown object somewhere on a large swath of seafloor seems like an impossible task.
You're right. That does sound difficult. We might have to ask our friendly CEO for help.
He did give us his card. However, wouldn't that mean we'd have to inform him of the map?
No other way about it. In addition, should we find anything, I imagine he'll expect a share of the spoils. I really wanted to keep it all to myself. Sharing is the worst.
I understand, but we have no other options.
It's a shame, but I suppose you're right. We should contact him as soon as we can. Avi search quest for immortality is in full swing. Having pinpointed the likely location on their mysterious map, they ask Kipe Ukome to investigate it on their behalf. However, the next day... Hello, this is Ikoma. I'm calling about the seafloor investigation. I asked an Alma diver to investigate the area because I was keen to get results as soon as possible. However, she has not returned. Oh,
Which is why we're headed out there to assess the situation. We have nothing else to do, after all.
So we asked an Nama diver to investigate the seafloor in the area.
I guess in a place like that, it would be faster to hire an Ama than a regular diver. Even at this stage, you can still get some Amas to do contracted divers, huh? It appears she was contracted to investigate for about an hour, at which point she was to return, even if empty-handed. I suppose the intent was just for her to survey the area to start with.
However, several hours passed with no word from the diver. I can see why Ikoma is worried.
We'll start by checking out the location. We can request a police search after it's needed. Sosie, do you have a bad feeling about this?
I do, ever since we first heard about this.
I see. There's a strong
negative spirit energy in the air that has only intensified as we approach the spot. Something happened there.
The diver didn't make it back. Is it safe for us to go?
I have a talisman that repels evil. It should be fine.
Well, if you say so. Worst comes to worst, we'll reunite in the afterlife.
Understood. Leave it to me. There's something there. That must be the Amma diver's boat.
There doesn't appear to be anyone around. How unsettling.
You're right. There's something terrible here.
Is it really that bad?
It is. I can tell even from the distance. It's coming from the bucket. It's saturated with sinister spiritual energy. There's some real powerful curse inside.
Inside the bucket? Does that mean the Amma diver found something on the seafloor and brought it up to the surface? And perhaps succumbed to the curse while trying to get it out?
Yes, unfortunately. As we cannot say for certain what misfortune this curse may call forth, I need you to remain cautious.
Can you just spell curses, Cersei?
It depends on the curse itself, but I believe I may be able to handle one of this caliber.
That's a relief. Is it really safe for us to approach that boat, though?
Yes, it's fine. For me, at least.
Understood. If anything happens to me, then I'll leave the rest to you.
Oh my. There's a small metal box in the bucket. This has to be the source.
Can we take it?
Yes, provided I can overpower the malice it's engulfed in. Huh? That was it. It should be safe to touch now. I'll leave that part to you.
No problem. It's pretty heavy. What do you think this box is exactly?
It appears to be quite old. It likely dates back to the same time period as your map. Here, take a look at the symbol at the top of the box. Do you recognize it from anywhere?
I saw it on the seafloor. Oh, hang on. I'm pausing this. I'm saving 2 slots. I'm gonna press I saw it on the seafloor because I remember in the beginning of episode 1, I actually was exploring underneath the seafloor and I somehow broke the chain of a certain location in the seafloor. So let's click this one. I think I saw it on the seafloor?
Excuse me?
What?
How and when would you have seen anything on the seafloor?
Did I say that?
Must you joke all the time? This symbol matches the one we found on the map.
Oh, you're right. It's identical. It's thus fair to say that
the map was leading us toward the exact box.
That only makes its identity all the more interesting. There's some strange lines on the sides. Perhaps it's some sort of pattern. It appears to open from the top, but it's not budging at all. It would take quite a lot of strength to force it open.
I believe this box has been sealed with powerful spiritual energy. It was probably sealed by a skilled sorcerer a long time ago. That will open by any normal means.
I can feel something shifting whenever I turn it. There must be some kind of mechanism inside.
Now I suppose you'll want to align the box with the spiritual energy of this place.
In English, please.
It's likely that the mechanism for unlocking the box is activated by orienting the box in the right directions in the right order.
I see, so I have to figure out where to point it. Leave it to me.
This is definitely the spot indicated by the map. The boat of the Yama diver who found the metal box, there's not a trace of life left on it. According to Ikoma, the Yama diver went to investigate alone with a companion to mine the moat. Swallowed my fear and tugged the rope earlier on the chance that it was still down there somewhere. Pulled up the whole length of the rope but no one was tied to it. The weather is great and the sea is calm. And there's something unsettling in the air.
Yeah, I can feel it too.
Are you trying to scare me?
I'm not getting rocked by the waves on a small boat like this by a mayor seasick, but she looks so fine so far. I have no idea we encountered a curse today. It's a good thing Cersei was here. Okay. Now then, how to open this box? I should investigate the box and rotate it so I can get a good look at all four sides. 1, 3, 2, 4. So I have to orient the box in the right direction, but what is the right way? The patterns on the box sides are quite intriguing. They must relate to the solution somehow. Oh, hang on. Do we have to match the alignment of the... Oh! I felt something move inside the box. It must have been on the right track.
Nice! Keep at it.
So the next one is this one. And it looks like it might be... here? No. There. Right. So?
Alright, I'm on fire, that's 2.
And then 3 is right here. Maybe? Right here? Like so? That looks right, doesn't it? Nope. Huh. Oh, is it this land? Like so? That looks exactly right, doesn't it? Is it these ones? Come on. That looks perfectly lined up, but it might be actually over here then. Wait. There. Oh. So, like right about here? Oh!
It's here, I found it.
Good job. Just one left.
And that is this one. Let's see. Tiny island, but a far out edge. Right here? No. Here? No, that's the island I actually did earlier. Oh. Here? Looks about right. No? Oh, there it is.
Oh! Yes, it opened!
So what's inside?
Congratulations! What's inside?
Let's see. Huh? What is this? Oh, you've got to be kidding me! What the fuck?
Okay. I play Paranormasight The Seven Mysteries of Honjo. This is a fucking cursed idol. Hydrate? Thanks, Elise. It's because I'm on the ocean. Am I being told to drink seawater? Not necessarily. Okay! I think I know what the fuck this thing is.
It's not Curse of the Raging Waves. This is the curse that actually transforms people into the mermaid fish-like creatures.
Some kind of small wooden carving?
Oh?
Curse don't acquire. Curse of the Forsaken Fish! I fucking knew it!
Oh! Whoa! Something's come out!
Yikes!
What is this? Make it stop!
Help me. It hurts. Terrible pain. I want to go. No, it hurts. Huh? A deep and painful, resentful memory has invaded my mind. Drift forever, ill-doers, be as fish, perish. You have acquired Curse of the Forsaken Fish Curse Stone. You can use it to turn people into fish and kill them when they are submerged in the water of Ise Bay. It can even be used at a distance, provided the target meets the requirements. Press to use curse button when you wish to use the curse. Not again! Files updated, opening an updated page. Curse of the Forsaken Fish. This actually looks really fucking pretty, by the way. Holy shit! A curse born from the final moments of Ise, a mermaid brutally tortured to death by humans on Taishima around 400 years ago. The curse has the power to kill any human submerged in the waters of Ise Bay by gradually turning them into a fish, starting from their feet. However, the excruciating pain suffered during the transformation often results them in dying before the metamorphosis is complete. The bodies of those who succumb to the curse decay almost instantly, shriveling up into desiccated, fibrous masses. The curse can also be triggered remotely, providing that the curse bearer knows their victim's exact location. Mermaids inherently possess the ability to turn humans into fish at will. The curse of the Forsaken Fish is the result of that ability being turned into a conditional curse and sealed within a cursed stone. Time to curse and kill folks, Nilla? Yeah. 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 So we have Curse of the Raging Waves. Involves Taishima, Kamashima Southern Sea disaster with the Raging Waves curse bearer 5 years ago. This one we just got recently for ourselves. So what's this thing for this one then? Also, that's one of the curses. The other one must be Curse of the Blade, or something along those lines that Soda was talking about. Where is it? Paranormal Affairs, Mermaid Mummies, nope. Is it this one? Mermaid Mummy, Yabikuni. Osato was actually one of the ones. Ise Bay Mermaid Legends, which one is it? The Mermaid of Fudamigura, the Mermaids of Beshuro, Yabikuni. The 3 Mermaids of Taishima. Hayase was one of them. And then Taishima was the thing that actually happened 400 years ago that actually has information involving the mermaids. Well, time for another shit show. What the hell was that?
I'm not certain. But I believe we may have just acquired a curse tool known as a curse stone. However, they are rarely possessed by such powerful curse echoes. How lucky!
If you truly are congratulating me, then I'll happily celebrate with you. But can I ask you something first?
Of course.
Am I cursed? Am I going to die?
I wouldn't say you are cursed, per se. There was a similar case in Tokyo last year.
Hold on for a moment. I cannot think straight. This is far too overwhelming. An incredible amount of information flooded my mind just now. I need a moment to settle before I can take in anything else.
You must mean the resentful memory held by the curse. It's a phenomenon wherein the events leading up to the curse forming are passed on to the curse bearer so that the gradual spread. Oh, and curse bearer refers to someone who is haunted by a curse echo and thus able to use the curse.
Stop! I already told you I can't take any new information. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?
Okay. So what information did we get? Curse echoes and bearers and the curse stones update. Alright. Visual manifestation of the curses. These manifestations are fundamentally related to the origin of the curse, but they do not always take the same shape, sometimes appearing in a more abstract or disfigured form instead.
Unlike spirits, they are manifested illusions as such have no consciousness of their own. A person affiliated by a curse has a curse echo is called a curse bearer. Even among curses, a curse that contains a curse echo should be considered very powerful in and of itself. Ordinarily, those with no spirit sense would not be able to perceive a curse echo, but such individuals would become curse bearers by coming to the possession of a curse stone or some other means can see other curse echoes. Yep, that sounds about right. A type of curse tool that allows even people without any spirit sense to wield curses. As long as the tool meets the above criteria, items of any shape or size may be referred to as curse stones. Many curse stones have conditions that must be fulfilled to use them, often based on spiritual power and characteristics of the curse itself. If a curse stone has low spiritual powers, it may only be possible to use it under specific circumstances, such as when under the influence of the Feast of Shadows, a spell that heightens the potency of certain types of spiritual energy. Gee! Who the fuck do we know that actually has that shit? Oh, I don't know, Soto! He fucking knows how to do the Feast of Shadows, and he also knows how to do fucking curses. Like, bruh! I think I just learned why Taishima sung 400 years ago. Let me sort all that first.
Really? Tell me!
Yeah, give me a minute.
Thank you for investigating the situation for me. I was involved in an accident many years ago, so I can't bring myself to go out to sea anymore. You've been a tremendous help.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. We actually got our hands on something quite valuable, so we owe you thanks as well.
That's great. I'd love to hear more about what you discovered if you don't mind.
Of course.
Any bird? Bird. No bird. We're currently at the mouth of Kamo River. There's a residential area further upstream. Seems Mr. Ikuma had just arrived in Toba, so we managed to meet up without any problems. Nice. Even when the curse fell into our life, she managed to remain calm. Only a consummate professional like her could be cool and collected with all that happened. Think. We're in Ikuma's dead. Suppose we ought to tell him everything we learned.
Will he believe us if we suddenly start talking about curses?
Can we just not bring it up?
You think you can explain it all without bringing them up?
Well, we'll see how far we got. He may look scary, but his demeanor is surprisingly gentle and kind. He's a very polite young man. People like him tend to be misunderstood because they're a little awkward. He must struggle with that kind of thing a lot. The diver I hired to perform the search was an Ama diver living in Toba City by the name of Tamiko Suma. I thought there was no way we could pull off the search, but that's when she agreed to take on my request. Wait a minute. Hang on. Tamiko Suma. Isn't that one of the two Ama divers that was actually missing that Soto and the others were looking in?
I feel terrible about what happened. I can only hope that she's still out there somewhere, unharmed. She had no way of knowing how dangerous this job was.
Please, I'm the one who sent her out there. If there is to blame, it's mine. But still, what exactly happened out there?
About that, let's start with this metal box the Ama diver found.
Please do.
So basically, this is the wooden carving we found inside the metal box.
I see. So your map indicated the location of this wooden carving.
We believe so.
The question is why? Why go all the way to not just hide it, but to conceal the map in a mermaid mummy? How very intriguing. I suppose a carving like that would have some value back in the day, but to go through all the effort to preserve it like this?
I believe what was preserved was not the carving itself, but the mermaid's memory that was stored inside the curse. Dun dun dun!
A curse? Dun dun what now?
That's right, in other words, the one who made that box entrusted it with a message, and we are the recipients. Please calm down. I'm feeling quite lost.
I know you're quite excited, but I think we have no choice but to start explaining the curse.
That's right. It's a good chit-chat time. You may be a bit too rational to believe what I'm about to tell you, Mr. Ikoma. Even so, I ask that you try your best. Huh? If you're ready to hear it, I'm ready to say it. Come, give me your answer in the next 3 seconds. 3? I'm prepared. Please tell me. I see. So Taishima mermaid known as Hayase was killed by raiders. The hatred she left behind became a curse that entered this wooden carving. You, Avi, then inherited her curse in addition to information from 400 years ago in the form of a resentful memory.
You absorb all that quite efficiently. I'm impressed.
This is actually not the first time I've heard of what can happen if one touches a curse stone. Ooh? Yes, but let's save that conversation for later. More importantly, you know what actually went down on Taishima 400 years ago. That's right. I know the truth. All of it. What happened, what didn't, I know it. You seem a bit frazzled. Do you need more time to collect your thoughts? There's no need to worry. I am prepared, but it will take some time to explain. It's time to reveal what truly happened 400 years ago to Taishima and the mermaids. Please, do tell. Around 400 years ago, the area of Shima Province, which included Taishima, was governed by the Kuki clan. The leader of the clan at the time was Kuki Sumitaka, and it was his duty to protect the secret of the 3 mermaids living on Taishima. That must have been Sobe, Nagame, and Hayase. However, the legend that eating mermaid flesh could grant immortal life was well known. So he secretly hid them on Taishima so no one would learn about their existence. It appears Sumitaka thought of the mermaids as a sacred or divine existence. The thought of seeking immortality for himself likely never crossed his mind. The land where the mermaids lived was a sanctuary that he fiercely protected at all costs. In other words, Taishima was an island where people worshipped the mermaids in secret. Indeed, it meant the people living on the island were no simple commoners, but gods tasked with protecting the sanctuary and its mermaids. Sumitaka was so dedicated to keeping the mermaid secret that he kept the existence of Taishima out of historical records. The public believed the island was entirely uninhabited. I see. By keeping its existence hidden, he was able to keep the mermaids safe. However, a vassal of Sumitaka's uncle, Yoshitaka, learned about the mermaids on Taishima. He passed this information on to Yoshitaka, who believed attaining immortality was a must to rise to the top of an era that was often plagued by war. He commanded his vassal to lead his army to Taishima and do whatever he had to do to return with the flesh of a mermaid. Sumitaka and those on the island resisted, but the invading army was far too powerful. The island was swiftly overrun. Ultimately, Hayase was captured and brought before the vassal. The vassal tortured her, demanding she grant him the power of immortality. But Hayase did not yield, even the most hellish torments. She screamed and cursed with despair and anger until her dying breath.
That's horrible.
The hatred Hayase felt at the moment of her death led to the creation of the curse of the Forsaken Fish.
Huh.
And that is what I learned from the resentful memory inside the cursed stone. But to be honest, that is only half. Half of what? Half of the memories. The other half is the memories of the one who left behind the metal box. Namely, the story of how the curse of the Forsaken Fish became a curse stone. Having failed to attain immortality, the vassal flew into a rage. He had all the inhabitants of Taishima slaughtered as revenge for keeping the secret.
This guy was the worst.
Finally, he continued his advance into the sanctuary the 3 islanders had protected down to the last man. There, he destroyed its shrine. What irony that he came so close to the secret he had been so desperate to find. Are you saying the other 2 mermaids were still in the sanctuary? No, they had already fled Taishima. Actually, there were 2 other survivors. Sumitaka's adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune, also escaped the chaos of the invasion unscathed. There was one other islander who managed to survive as well, taking with him the treasure the mermaids had protected. The mermaid's treasure. This may shed some light on the descendants you spoke of earlier. Of course, she must be a descendant of the men that escaped that day. We know now she was correct when she spoke of 3 mermaids living on Taishima. So we do. Putting descendants aside for now, let's return to 400 years ago. The vassal's invasion and destruction of the sanctuary was like a trigger. As a reaction to the sanctuary's fate and their own ill-deserved deaths, the sorrow and hatred of the islanders swirled together and formed into the Curse of the Raging Waves, a natural disaster that shook the heavens when it descended upon Taishima. The curse bombarded Taishima with violent winds, earthquakes, and thunders. And in a final act to protect Taishima's lost sanctuary, they sank it into the sea to destroy all evidence of it ever existing. They destroyed it. The small island of Taishima sunk swiftly under the waves. The vassal and all of its men were, of course, all killed thanks to that curse. Huh. But one problem remained. That wasn't the end of it. Taishima was destroyed by the natural disasters caused by the Curse of the Raging Waves. But the calamity continued for many days. It must have seemed as though it would never end. I can't imagine how terrifying it must have been. Sumitaka even sought out a famous Omioji to dispel the curse, but he was unsuccessful. The curse would eventually sink to the bottom of the sea alongside the sanctuary and be sealed there. Only then did the calamity end. Yet it appears this curse was so powerful that it required a sacrifice to be truly sealed. A sacrifice? Not just any sacrifice, but a living one. Princess Hatsune offered herself up to be that sacrifice. You said she was Sumitaka's adopted daughter, yes? And that she lived on Taishima?
That appears to be the case. Sumitaka was evidently so taken with her that he decided to adopt her. The rumor that she threw herself down on a well was likely spread to cover up the real cause of her death.
So Princess Hatsune was actually sacrificed. The seal would hold for 400 years. They must have hoped that the curse itself would fade during that time too. However, the curse of the forsaken fish created by Hayase also continued to linger in the same place. So the Omioji sealed it inside the wooden carving, turning it into a curse stone. Then the same Omioji, knowing the seal would only last 400 years, stored his memories within the cursed stone to pass on this information.
He wished to pass down this knowledge for others to use in the event the curse outlasted the 400-year lifespan of the seal. He left behind instructions on how to completely dispel the curse of the raging waves.
Indeed, I've compiled it all in my files. To dispel it, let's see. In truth, the curse has been perpetually active ever since its inception. The sacrifice offered 400 years ago merely served to seal the source of the calamity during this time. It is believed that Mari Minakuchi attempted to lift the curse once and for all, only for her failure to give rise to the disaster 5 years ago. In the event that the curse did not fade during the 400 years it was sealed, the Omiyuji, originally responsible for sealing the curse, left behind a plan to dispel it. It was his belief that the curse power would have weakened enough by that point that performing the following steps would be enough to lift the curse completely. First, thou must unbind my seal, risen from the depths within the iron box. Second, thou must offer the still-tied mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice to the sanctuary. Third, let those who share blood with the lost souls of Taishima be the ones to offer appeasement. Okay, so in other words, we have the handheld mirror given by Yuza from one of the Islander folks. I can't remember her name right at the moment. But with all this, we have unbound the seal from the depths of the iron box, which is the iron box that we picked up. Offer the still-tied mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice to the sanctuary. In other words, we have to offer the mirror to the sanctuary location of Taishima. Maybe. And let those who share blood with the lost souls of Taishima be the ones to offer appeasement. In other words, Yuza. Huh, so that's what happened. And that wraps it up! I got all that info beamed into my brain into a flash, and I still managed to present it as an enticing narrative, eh? How amusing was that?
You're utterly astounding. Wow, incredible.
So, in the invasion of Taishima, around 400 years ago during the Sengoku period, Oda Nobunaga was assassinated at Honnoji Temple. Kuki Yoshitaka, commander of the Kiku Navy, had steadily been gaining influence with the clan, but he now found himself at a crossroads in an era still racked by the turmoil of war. It was then that a vassal of the Kuki clan, Komatsu Sadamune, approached him with some intriguing information. According to Sadamune, 3 mermaids were said to be living on Taishima under the protection of some of the island residents, even though the island was originally thought to be uninhabited. It was widely known through folklore that eating the flesh of a mermaid granted one immortality and eternal youth. Sadamune urged Yoshitaka to take advantage of this, suggesting that if he possessed such power, an invincible army would be his to command. Seeing this as the opportunity he had been waiting for, Yoshitaka ordered Sadamune to capture the mermaids and bring them back to him. However, Kuki Sumitaka, Yoshitaka's nephew, head of the clan at the time, strongly opposed his approaching Taishima. It was, in fact, Sumitaka who had been secretly protecting the mermaids on Taishima, believing the mermaids to be messengers of the gods, and the island as sacred sanctuary had worked to keep them isolated from outside influence. His adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune, was also living in hiding on Taishima at the time for other reasons, which further strengthened his opposition to Yoshitaka's plan. However, it was not long before Komatsu Sadamune learned of this. He reported to Yoshitaka that Sumitaka was not only planning to keep the mermaids for himself, but was also secretly moving to build an army of his own. Infuriated by what he perceived as an act of rebellion, Yoshitaka gave the order for Sadamune to prepare a military invasion of Taishima. Upon receiving the order, Komatsu Sadamune immediately set sail for Taishima at the head of a large army. Caught off guard by the unexpected attack, Sumitaka scrambled to send out his own forces in an attempt to resist, but was unable to prevent the enemy from landing. In the blink of an eye, the once peaceful and beautiful landscape of Taishima was transformed into a nightmare. The islanders, guardians of the sacred land, desperately fought back, but they stood no chance against the seasoned soldiers, hardened by the years of battle in the front lines, and one after another they fell before the invaders. Sadamune ordered that even women and children be cut down without mercy, and soon the waters around Taishima ran red with blood. Sadamune forces swept across the island, searching every inch for signs of the mermaids as they pressed their assault. Finally, they discovered a mermaid in hiding by the name of Hayase and captured her. Sadamune demanded that she make his troops immortal, but the mermaid staunchly refused. Even as Sadamune turned to torture, inflicting unspeakable pain with every refusal, the torture escalated until eventually even her supernatural nature was not enough to withstand the torment. On the brink of death and resigned to her fate, Hayase gave a final terrible cry, overflowing resentment and anger as she breathed her last. Sadamune ordered his men to take the flesh from her body, but as they moved to do so, a strange phenomenon began to occur. All the soldiers who approached her body began to transform into fish, their bodies decaying rapidly as the transformation took hold. Hayase had to cast a curse upon them with her dying breath. With one mermaid Sadamune had captured dead and his forces decimated, he began a mad search for the island in pursuit of the remaining 2 mermaids. Eventually, he found a deep cave in the interior of the island that extended far beneath the earth, reaching down to the seafloor. In the deepest part of the cave was a shrine, and a door with a powerful seal over it that he couldn't open no matter how hard he tried. Convinced this had to be the entrance to the sacred land, the home of the mermaids, Sadamune gathered all his remaining gunpowder and artillery and unleashed it on the door, destroying both it and the shrine in the process. The next moment, a violent tremor racked the entire island, and the skies above were engulfed by a storm. The repercussions of this desecration of the sacred land and the resentments of the islanders he had seen senselessly slaughtered blended together, unleashing an all-consuming calamity that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. Ravaged by fierce earthquakes and vicious storms, Taishima sank beneath the waves as if nature itself sought to protect the sacred land by erasing all traces of its existence. Thus were Taishima and the sacred land along the Sadamune and his army lost to the sea in an instant. The only survivors of this tragedy were 2 mermaids and 2 islanders that had successfully made their escape from the island. Hayase had in fact stayed behind Ise Bay and to allow the others to escape. The 2 surviving islanders were Princess Hatsune and a man named Somikawa, who had been assigned to the duty of protecting a relic important to the mermaids. However, the tale did not end with the sinking of Taishima. Sumitaka eventually made it to the seas near the island, but a fierce anger and resentment darkened the waters around it. And the curse born from these dark emotions, the curse of the raging waves, had given rise to a storm that continued to rage even several days after the incident. Furthermore, the curse born from Hayase's final moments, the curse of the forsaken fish, also continued to exert its its influence on the area, causing anyone who entered the storm domain to transform into a fish. The situation had grown beyond anyone's ability to control. Sumitaka looked for a solution, turned to Tsuchi Mikoto Harukage, a renowned omiyuji and friend of Princess Hatsune. After conducting an investigation, Harukage concluded that the source of the curse was the sacred land, now sunk beneath the waves. Although the curse was too powerful to dispel, it would be possible to seal the sacred land by offering up a sacrifice, thereby suppressing its calamitous effects. The seal would last for 400 years, by which time he anticipated that the curse of the raging waves would dissipate. Hearing this, Princess Hatsune volunteered to sacrifice herself in hope that it would bring peace to the souls of the islanders who had looked after her during her time on Taishima. With her noble sacrifice, the storm at last died down, and peace was restored to the seas around the island. A bronze mirror in Princess Hatsune's possession at the time was imbued with power to serve as a talisman to calm raging waves, and was passed from person to person over the years, eventually making its way to Kamashima. Tsuchimikado Harugake was also... Tsuchimikado Harukage was also able to seal the curse of the Forsaken Fish in the wooden accessory that Princess Hatsune had been wearing, turning it into a cursed stone. Harukage used the resentful memories contained within the cursed stone to create a record of the event, which he sealed within a heavily locked iron box before concealing it in a rock of the seabed. In the event the curse of the raging waves had not abated even after 400 years, he made it so that the seal on the rock would be lifted at the same time as the seal on the sacred land, so that the record of what had happened and the moment of the undoing the curse would make its way to the future generations. Meanwhile, to protect the sacred land and the mermaids, Sumitaka ensured all records of Taishima were erased so no mention of the island or the disaster that had befallen it would make its way into its historical accounts. He also concocted a tale in which Princess Hatsune had thrown herself down a well in defiance of a political marriage in order to conceal her sacrifice. Afterwards, Kuki Yoshitaka, infuriated not only by his failure to obtain immortality, but also by the loss of his primary military force, murdered Sumitaka, who opposed him to the very end, and seized control of the Kuki clan in both name and nature. He had his vassals search the area around Taishima countless times after that, but it is said that they found neither the mermaids nor any trace of their existence. So in other words, the phenomena curses that we are going to be dealing with are Curse of the Raging Waves, which is connected to Taishima itself, and probably connected to the anger and resentment involving the mermaids. Curse of the Forsaken Fish involves Ise herself, because she was the one that actually dealt with the most brutal pain in history. And then the last one involves probably the person that actually had the most influence of trying to become immortal throughout this entire time, and he actually became a curse himself, which the name escapes me, but I know it was actually talked about when we were doing the storyline involving Soda and Yumiko. But yeah. I compiled all the details of the story in these files, so feel free to go over it at your own pace. Oh, thank you. That reminds me, I meant to ask about the metal box. It's been lying on the seafloor for 400 years. How come it wasn't discovered until now?
It was most likely sealed inside a rock or something until a few months ago.
So it was sealed away until a certain amount of time had passed?
No, I believe the box and sealing may have been triggered by something.
After Misuma found the metal box, you mean to tell me she died?
It is likely. If we consider that the curse of the Forsaken Fish has completely saturated the metal box, it is likely already too late for her.
How horrible. Since she likely turned into a fish and died soon after, there is a high chance her transformed body will wash up on shore soon.
Wait a second.
Is something wrong?
Avi, if someone is affected by the curse of the Forsaken Fish, the transformation starts at the feet and travels slowly up, yes?
I believe so, though it is hard to say for sure without witnessing it.
If it is true, then that may explain the true identity of the fish mermaids discovered in this area. It could have been the bodies of those who died in the middle of the transformation, transforming due to the curse of the Forsaken Fish.
Oh, that's a convincing theory. Fish mermaids have been recorded as having only human heads or faces and are appearing human just from the chest or shoulders up. If the curse starts at the feet and travels upward, that would explain the variety of fish mermaids that have appeared.
The process is so painful that most die mid-transformation. Then the curse causes the corpse to rapidly wither, forming a fibrosis mass.
Gah!
It may even be the true identity of your mermaid mummy.
Interesting. Still, without analyzing it directly, there is no way to know for certain. But perhaps this is why the mermaid mummies originating from Japan are of such high quality.
Of course, this doesn't mean that all fish mermaids and mermaid mummies are authentic.
But it means there is a possibility.
Any number of fish mermaids could actually be victims of this curse. Actually, I just remembered there were 2 points from your tale I wanted to discuss.
About the event 400 years ago.
My first point concerns the vassal who tortured the mermaid in an attempt to obtain immortality. If all he needed was the mermaid's flesh, what necessity would there be in torturing her?
Oh, that's true. It could mean that the vessel and ate the mermaid's flesh but did not become immortal. So he tortured her to figure out why.
And for the second observation, I have a theory about the area you described as the sanctuary. Could it possibly be referring to an entrance to Ryugu?
Ryugu?
It is sometimes also referred to as the eternal world or the world beyond. In some legends, mermaids and priestesses who serve the ruler of Ryugu, the god of the sea.
I see. If the sanctuary was actually the entrance to Ryugu, then that could mean that the mermaids were not living on Taishima, but merely traveling there from Ryugu.
Yes, I believe that to be the case. It would also explain why the destruction of the sanctuary would inspire the fury of the god of the sea. To be honest, it's difficult to believe that the grudges of the inhabitants of Taishima would be enough to explain what happened. How could they possibly engender a curse powerful enough to sink an island and linger for more than 400 years? However, it's quite easy to believe that a curse from Ryugu could maintain such power.
That also explains the necessity of a living sacrifice. Of course, one would require the seal and entrance to Ryugu. But if the entrance to Ryugu was sealed, what became the 2 mermaids that fled Taishima?
I doubt Sobe and Nagamari managed to return to Ryugu. I believe they have been living here in the human world for the past 400 years, waiting for the seal to be lifted. They just hid somewhere away from human eyes.
If that is true, then they've been successfully hiding for over 400 years.
Of course, if they were to hide themselves at the bottom of the sea, it'd be practically impossible to find them. It is also possible they've been wandering the globe rather than lingering in one place.
That could explain all the mermaid sightings around the world. They could all be these same too.
All this discussion of hiding made me realize something.
What is it?
Do you recall the story Mr. Ikoma told us yesterday of the mermaid who became human?
Are you suggesting she decided to join human society because she could not return to Ryugu?
It's a possibility we should consider.
But that occurred only a few decades ago. Why would she decide to become human just before the seal was released?
Perhaps her circumstances changed. We can only speculate on the motivations of someone who has lived for centuries. It is possible she did not feel compelled, but decided to become human out of her own desire.
Could she have met someone that she wanted to live a mortal life with? Like in The Little Mermaid?
That is certainly possible, and quite romantic too.
I have to write this down. It could make a solid novel.
Oh, I've just realized something.
What is it?
You heard about the mermaid from the descendant of the Taishima survivor, yeah?
That's correct.
I feel
it's only right that they are informed of the things we learned. We'd love to talk to her. We're quite curious about this mermaid treasure, too. It must have been passed down to them through the generations. I understand. I'll probably drop by her place later anyway, since I also have to handle the matter with Miss Suma. I'll discuss it with her then. Thanks, that'd be great. That said, in return I have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead. We will do whatever we can. You said that the seal over the entrance to Ryugu has been lifted. Is that correct?
yes, it has most likely been gone for several months now.
Really?
A horrible curse has been swirling around the area where Taishima used to be. It's possible that it's the curse of the raging waves and is searching up for Ryuga once more now that the seal has been lifted. The fact we were able to open the belt box is proof enough that the seal has faded.
That would mean the entrance to Ryuga is now open.
Well, the situation is quite unstable now, what with the curse of the raging waves seeping in through the entrance.
At any rate, what did you want us to do? There is an island called Kamashima that is located quite close to where Taishima once was. There is something I would like you to do for me there. This request does in fact have some relation to our current conversation. Oh?
Now then, Avi. We decided to tell Ikoma everything, but I know there is some information you kept from him.
Oh, did I?
Yes, something from the mermaid's memories. The real way to attain immortality.
That's right. I see no reason to inform him about it. After all, no matter what he may say about it tourist attractions, this guy is also after immortality. I saw him straighten up when you talked about the mermaid being tortured because her capture required more than her flesh for immortality.
Are you sure? I thought his goal, if he even had one, was to quell the curse of the raging waves.
Perhaps has that too. He even asked us to go to Kamishima and find the still-tide mirror in his stead. You did mention lifting the curse required in the mirror as well as the help of Taishima descendant, right?
There was also something about lifting a seal first, but I didn't know what that part was all about.
Well, I see no harm in quelling the curse, so I say we continue to cooperate for now.
Agreed, though I do wish we did not have to approach Kamishima at all. The evil atmosphere is nauseating.
However, we must consider the possibility that Ikoma actually has his eyes set on the mermaids in Ryugu. It's possible he may be searching for mermaids like us. Suppose that discussion can wait for later. First, we must find the treasure that the survivor managed to slip out of Taishima.
You mean the treasure required in addition to mermaid flesh when attempting to gain immortality?
Yes, it's a treasure known as the Tamete Bako. Mermaid flesh has to be put inside and purified by it to have any effect. So provided one has both the flesh of a human mermaid and a Tamete Bako, then immortality is indeed attainable. Boom!
Tamete Bako, box once referenced to as a relic used by the mermaids who once lived near Taishima. A similar box also made its appearance in the tale of Uroshima Taro as a box gifted to the anonymous protagonist by Otohime, leading to its name becoming widely known. The box is filled with a spiritual energy similar in nature to that which fills Ryugu, the mermaid's original home. Objects placed within it may thus be kept in the same state they would be within Ryugu. Said that the mermaids used the box to bring objects from Ryugu with them that they would otherwise have been unable to transport to the material world, but it also has the secondary effect of returning mermaid flesh, normally only able to exist in a transient state in the material world, to the state it would be in Ryugu, thereby restoring its ability to grant immortality. Oh!
If we can meet with the Taishima descendant, then they can probably provide us with information on Tamete Bako.
I concur. If we get our hands on the Tamete Bako, we wouldn't have to worry about Ikoma. However, it's likely he is wary of us and will keep us from meeting the descendant.
At the very least, we know he's cautious enough to keep her name secret. Well, that's why I asked him to hand her our little souvenir.
What was that all about anyway? You sure we're not going to need that iron box?
I doubt we will need it again. Plus, you can think of it as a backup plan.
Regardless of what happens, we'll be able to meet with the descendant tomorrow. Let's get our hands on the mermaid treasure. Time to find a Tamete Bako.
Okay.
Bruh. This is a lot of information I have to actually obtain. Ugh. Well, unfortunately, I'm actually running out of time for today. I'm gonna actually continue this another time. We are getting deeper into the shit show of a story. But either way, that is going to be it for this this episode. I know for a fact that I'll be continuing this another time. And with that, I am going to stop the recording for YouTube. For those that are watching this YouTube, tune in next time for any sort of Let's Plays.